Step into the shadows with Paranormal M, your guide to the extraordinary. Subscribe, tap the notification bell, and join us on a quest for the unknown. Brace yourself for our newest spine-chilling stories. We hope you're up for the challenge. The Man at the End of the Hall. Many years ago, my family was getting back from vacation. And when we got home, my brother took the car and headed out with his girlfriend. Since we had just gotten home from a long trip, my mother decided to do a load of laundry. She began heading upstairs with a small basket of clothes, and as she left the laundry room, she saw a tall, dark figure standing at the end of the hallway. Terrified, she ran upstairs, and as soon as she reached the top step, she got a call. My brother had gotten into an accident, and the ambulance was on the way. A few days later, after surgery and some recovery, my brother and his girlfriend were just talking to us about what happened. And he said, "Mom, I saw you at the crash." Confused, my mom asked what he meant. He said, "Mom, I saw you. At the end of the hallway, you had the laundry basket in your hands." The night my brother crashed, he rolled his car down a hill and blacked out for a moment with a concussion. He crawled out of the car. His girlfriend ran to him and hugged him. He didn't remember where he was, till he heard the ambulance headed down the road. As he turned his head to look at it, his already broken neck gave out, and he was resuscitated at the scene. He was dead for almost a full minute. At that time, he went home and saw my mom and described the clothes, the hair, and the laundry she was holding. It was insane. He made a full recovery and hasn't crashed a car since, though he still is a fucking idiot driver. The Lady in Black. It was the night of a party of some sort, and my sisters had a few friends over. We were all getting them just pretty much ready to go out. We were in the hall bathroom, and my sister's room, which had a full mirror, it was directly across the hall from the bathroom. Suddenly, my sister's friend glanced down the hallway and saw an older woman in an old-fashioned black dress, with a tight gray bun on top her head. The reflection of the woman sitting at our dining room table was so clear, she got curious as to who it was. So she walked down the hallway, looked into the kitchen to see no one. All the chairs were empty, except a coat hanging across the back of a chair. She got all of our attention. From the end of the hall, we looked into the TV's reflection and we tried to figure out if the shape was just from the coat. That's when we saw her head move, and we all screamed. Our mother ran out of the room and we explained what was happening. She looked down the hall and she too saw the woman. She walked into the kitchen with caution. We directed her toward the woman in the reflection. Very carefully she inched closer till her hand was inches away. Carefully she grabbed on, but before she could even push the chair, the figure disappeared, leaving an empty space in the reflection. There was no possible way that the figure was the same coat that we now could see clearly. We all were so scared from that point. We all finished getting ready in my sister's room. We turned the TV around, and the next day we moved the TV to a different place in the room. We didn't want to risk seeing her again, especially if we were alone and freaking ourselves out. This woman became popular at her home, and there are many other stories involving her. She's known as Gertrude to us, the Lonely Lady in Black. My Imaginary Friend. When I was little, I was constantly being bullied by others, mostly because I was different. It was both physical and mental bullying. Kids, teachers, adults around me, and my siblings. I got so bad that I tried to kill myself at 8 years old. I had 2 friends, and even they were distant toward me, especially when others were around. At 6 years old, I began to be alone all the time, and I began hearing voices and seeing people who became my friends. My parents, assuming I had created imaginary friends to cope with being alone, went along with it. In the middle of summer, I had gotten very close with my friend, and we had played many games together and spoken about things going on, and that was when things began to get weird. She had started to talk to me about things that hadn't happened yet, coming to me in the middle of the night, opening my closet door while everyone slept, sat on the edge of my bed. I shared a bunk bed with my sister. She always slept on the top bunk. She never woke up any time she came into the room, no matter how loud we were. After talking to her for a while, she began to talk to me about how my mom was going to fall down the stairs, or my brother would break a bone, or that a plate would shatter, cut someone. It got scary. I would tell people to be careful so as to avoid these things, but no one took me seriously, and they would still get hurt. One day she told me she needed me to do something for her. She needed me to lead her to my body, like lead her with it. She touched me for the first time. Her skin was hot and cold at the same time. It felt like she had burned me, then put ice over it. It sent shivers down my body, causing me to become temporarily paralyzed. I screamed, waking my parents up, causing her to run into the dark closet and disappear. And that's when I began to tell my family about her nightly visits, and the things she would tell me about how she touched me. My mother decided to call a medium. Without telling the woman a single thing, she immediately came to me, asked me about things that she shouldn't have known about, and began telling me to tell the girl that she was not allowed to be here, and that I don't give her permission to be in my house or be near us, that I wasn't her friend and she needed to leave. And I did that night. She came to my room and told me how angry she was that I told everybody about her, basically, and that she was supposed to be a secret. And that's when I told her I didn't want her around, and that she was scaring me and I needed her to leave and never come back. She laughed at me, giving me chills and leaving an eerie feeling. She walked up to my face and said, "Fine, I will leave." She grew tall, and as she walked into the closet, darkness swallowed the whole doorway and slowly receded till it was back to normal. For the first time in months, I slept great and I wasn't scared. I felt relieved. For a week or so, everything went great. Until one night, I got up to go to the bathroom. Walking into the hallway, I found out that the bathroom light didn't turn on. Headed back to my room, found the door closed and locked, along with other rooms in the hallway. I looked back and I saw a dark shape move in from the bathroom. Dread took over my body, began to panic, pounding on the doors in the hall but getting no answer, trying to open the doors and staring straight ahead, fearing what I would see. And after a while, I just gave up, sinking down to the floor, placing my head on my knees. I began to hear whispers, echoing from the hall. I peeked up and looked around and saw a dark looming figure peering down the hall. Slowly it stalked toward me. I screamed, buried my head into my knees once again, just waiting for the figure to get me, but it never did. Instead, I heard my brother's voice as he wrapped his arm around me. I looked up to see his face full of dread as he asked how long I was sitting there. I told him everything, and he gently knocked on my parents' bedroom door, waking them up, telling them everything that had happened, and how he had heard me screaming as he was walking up the stairs to the kitchen and came running. For the next week, I slept in my parents' bedroom, and one night was when I was woken up to a slight creaking noise. Looking over, I saw the closet door opening, and then she appeared, slowly walked over, leaned over me, pinning me down and paralyzing me. Couldn't scream, I couldn't move. She sat over me as if just wanting the perfect moment. That's when my mom moved next to me, and I got the chance to scream. Woke up my mom, and she looked over and she saw it. The thing I saw as a little girl was the dark figure from the hallway. She was speechless. She was trying to wake up my father as it slowly inched its face closer to mine. And finally, he shot up, alerting it, causing it to leave. Finally, I could move. It was over from there. I was then baptized, and we moved houses. Get out. Back in 1997, I was asked by my manager to help move out of his mom's old house. I figured as long as I'm getting paid, no problem. I knew she had died, and him being the oldest son was taking care of her at her house. He was a man in his 50s, so his mother had been living in the house since the late 1950s or 60s by the look of the stuff. I was to bring out the stuff from the bedrooms into the larger living room. Then he would tell me what he wanted in the truck and went to the garage. I would take out everything from the bedroom, then sort the closet. In every bedroom I would do that. I would turn from the closet and step on something that hadn't been there before, like a toy car or a rolling pin. There was a box in the living room next to the phone, and I could feel some very unwelcoming vibes coming from it. On the third bedroom, he wanted me to take the slide tables in the box that was laying in the garage. I did, and I asked where he wanted the box. He said just put it over there on the couch. I did, cleared the third bedroom on the way out of the closet. I looked around, didn't see anything to trip on. Carried 2 boxes and tripped on a broom that had been placed at the doorway out of the room. This was his mom's room, and I fell flat on my face on the top of all the boxes, because I was just carrying too many things. I had to now move the couch into the garage and put the box on the floor in front of the fireplace. I was almost done, and my manager was cleaning out the kitchen all this time. I was working fast now, because the feeling of dread was getting to me. I had 1 closet left in the living room. When I turned with the box, I almost fell because I'd stepped on a rotten banana on the floor behind me. I asked my manager, pretty angry at this point, if he had placed it there. He was a serious older man, and was like, "You're kidding, right?" I was like, forget it. I was done. I want to take the last things out into the garage and just put it in the moving truck. I stopped and asked him where the box by the fireplace went. It was the last thing in the house. He said Mom goes in the garage. She left the house to my brother, so he can take her. I picked it up, and sure enough, it was the LA corner, marked ashes, and had a woman's name. Thought to myself that why he wanted me gone so badly. Probably don't know you're gone. Placed her in the garage and was very happy to be leaving. I'm sorry. A year after high school, I went to spend the night at a friend's house. It was the first time. I had kind of visited a few times beforehand, but I'll call it the first time. We were going to drive somewhere early the next morning. He had in the past told me that his house was haunted, but I had never experienced something like that outside of my own home. After dinner with his family, we went into his backyard with his pit bull. It was not aggressive, but was somewhat trained to be, if needed, as a guard dog. As we sat in the yard, the dog began to sniff around his fence that was covered deeply with ivy. We both turned to look when it started to growl. Next thing we knew, the rather heavy dog flew back 10 feet or so, came running at us like a scared pup. We figured it was some kind of animal, and the dog had jumped back. But the way it flew, I had my doubts. It was as if somebody had thrown it back, but there was no scurrying or noise in the fence. We poked at the fence with broomsticks and nothing. The dog went in the house and wouldn't come out. It was still light out. My friend proceeded to tell me the things that had been going on in the past few months. His uncle had died, and there were strange things going on in the house. We opened the door to the garage where his uncle would stay when he lived there. It was summer in LA, quite warm, but in the garage you could see your breath, and the light would only go maybe a foot or two. We closed the door, and when it got late, I slept in the living room couch. That night I awoke to the clear sound of boots walking up and down the hallway. I was freezing. I figured it was best to keep my eyes closed. I felt inside that this was not a person. I drifted back to sleep, though, eventually. In the morning, I told my friends, and he said that that was my uncle. He then told me how he had died. He had been arrested for being a bad drunk at a party, was fighting with everyone, including the police that came. He had hung himself in jail with shoelaces, despite the fact that he was wearing cowboy boots. This was not uncommon back then. People died in custody all the time. When his father got home, he told him that he had hard, no-bullshit man sort of tell me he had seen his nephew outside his window once. The look on his face like he was pleading for forgiveness. This was the first paranormal experience I had outside my house. Never spent the night there again. Night jogging. I can't really say why I did this. I know it wasn't really for my health. After night class at tech school, me and my friends had time, though. We got out at about 10 in those years, and most people would consider this early. He asked if there was any tracks open to jog in. Burbank was too far. I told him I knew a place. I had been taken the year prior by a friend that liked local anomalies. I drove to the hills, where 210 and 118 meet. In the hills, maybe 15 minutes in, there's a graveyard called Glen Haven. According to my other friend, the year prior, it was very haunted. It has no walls, and it's across the street from another graveyard that does have fencing. Down the road from it, there's a gravity hill that pushes your car uphill. Down further, there's a bar that had people that would chase you out if you weren't their type of people. At the end of the way out, you bump a walkway that goes under the 210 freeway. Supposedly somebody was killed there. You can hear the screaming if you go up into the middle of it at night. The gravity hill is, well, the bar is always closed when I've gone. I heard the screaming at the walkway, but I could see it being an echo. But the graveyard. Me and my friend walked out and told him that we could run across and back for exercise. After some debate, I told him that was kind of forced conditioning. We would be compelled not to stop until we got back. I didn't want to know how right I was. By then it was almost 11 p.m. and we started our run. I started to hear a little girl giggling. As we continued, there was no lights in or around the graveyard. I could see what looked like fireflies. They're not native to Southern California. At least, I've never seen them here. We started detecting movement by the time we reached the other side, started running back almost in panic. By this time, we could hear full footsteps behind us. Both of us refused to turn around. When we jumped off the curb onto the road, it all stopped. The whole place was silent, scared the hell out of us. On the way back, I said, no one better chase us. I'm not in the mood. We did this once a week with the same results for a month. After that, we found something else to do that was less frightening. Being macho, we were like, that's boring. But we were really scared, I can admit that now. It was not a happy ending. Early in my work repairing police cars, we had a very strange few days. I was working in a huge repair facility, repairing police cars. We had a vehicle get towed in, filled with blood and brains on the driver's seat and floor. They wanted us to drive it in so we could remove bullets in the engine compartment. We refused to drive it in, and the policeman that worked there put plastic on the seat and drove it in himself. It took a few hours to dismantle the car until we found all the bullets. After that, they just left the car there in our shop. I inquired about moving it, but they said no, just leave it. We did get a story about it, though. The quick version is that a suspect brushed an officer on the floor and ran into the car and tried to run him down. The officer discharged his weapon, and one round took him in the head. After they left, the vehicle almost pulsed with negative, angry energy. The whole mood of the shop was dark. At lunch, a motorcycle fell off the repair lift, something that hadn't happened before or since. An hour after that, a tow truck came, and apparently the part is the RPM were running high because the PETA was being used. It ran in reverse for 150 yards through our large parking lot, hit a box truck at about 30 miles an hour, 15 feet from the motorcycle lift that had failed. The mood kept getting darker. At the end, the mechanics were asking if they could put religious candles around the car. I told them no. We can't have open flames in the shop. When the time came to close it was just me and the late shift mechanic. When I walked the floor, the solvent tank light bulbs were blinking throughout our shop. We were very uneasy, especially as I approached the car. I could see flickering reflected on the window of the car next to it. In that reflection, I could see someone kneeling near the source of the flickering. I got angry and started yelling, "I told you guys no candles!" When I and the mechanic next to me turned the corner, there was nothing. No men, no candle, nothing. I told the mechanic, "Let's get the hell out of here," closed the shop and left. The car was there 3 days with minor incidents, but mostly we stayed away from it. When they took the car, it was like night and day. When I first saw the movie The Grudge, I thought to myself, yeah, I can see that happening. Enraged death can stain things. West Hollywood Ghost. In the year and a half I was assigned to work at a police station in West Hollywood, I saw many strange things, but most of them are different forms than this. I had contact with the trustees. They would talk briefly from time to time, but I was working for most of the day. For those of you that don't know what that is, it's basically prisoners that are nonviolent and have small sentences that live in the station doing menial jobs. One day, one comes up to me, says that he couldn't sleep because there was thumping in the bathroom next to their dorm. I was like, most likely pipes. Just deal with it. I went back to work. After the weekend, I saw him. He looked very tired. Tells me that the thumping continued and he can hear gagging quietly. He went in the bathroom and no one was there, and the noise stopped. The days would pass, and now several of them were looking not rested. They said that they all can hear it. I said, mention it to the person in charge of you. He told me that they did, and they got threatened to get sent to regular prison if they kept bothering him. Sounded typical, but I was feeling kind of bad as they were looking kind of scared and tired. When I ran into the person in charge of them, he said that that complaint came up every now and then, but there was nothing they could do. Everyone knew that 5-year prior trustee hung himself in that bathroom. Everybody was sleeping when it happened. The problem would solve itself when the scared prisoners asked to be sent back to regular prison. There's nothing I could do, so I decided not to tell them because nothing good would possibly come of that. They were all gone by the next week, and their replacements must have been heavy sleepers because I didn't hear anything about it after that. Bad neighborhood. Back in 1997, I lived in what one would call a bad neighborhood. It was in the San Fernando Valley, so it wasn't the worst LA had to offer, though. The apartment was under the stairs, halfway to the back. The rent was cheaper than the other apartments, and I was glad to have gotten it. It was just me and my girlfriend at the time living there. What was odd was that, well, it had 2 steps from the door to the floor of the apartment. I don't know why, and it was the only one like that. What it did do was make it cooler, almost cold all the time, despite the outside temperature. The kitchen and living room were open to each other, and the door led to the bedroom. You could see 80% of the apartment from the bedroom. The first odd thing that happened was that night I could hear someone walking around outside my door and then knock. Sometimes I was in the living room and could see clearly that no one was out there. A few weeks the TV or radio would turn on, then the volume would go up. At the time I figured that somebody had similar electronics and maybe that was causing it. It wasn't until a drawer came to open in the kitchen that something fell on the floor late one night. It was the knife drawer, and the chef's knife was on the floor. I was in my bedroom and I could see across the apartment and no one had been there. Started asking the neighbors, but they mostly were just, wanting to keep to themselves, you could say. The next night I woke up to quiet sobbing that stopped when I went into the living room. The next day I struck up a conversation with an older resident. I asked about my apartment and he smiled. Told me a few years back there were some pretty weird gang members that lived there. They used to make a noise and kind of trouble everybody. They tried to stay away from them. One day they got in a fight in the apartment and stabbed someone to death. They just up and left him there. Took a week or so to call the police when it started smelling. They couldn't get the smell out because it was in the subfloor. The solution was to tear it out, tear out the carpet and the tile and the cement under it. Looking at rough cement, about 1 foot around the whole apartment, it made sense. He then told me that there's more. I was like, great. He told the next people who lived there, who had a teenage daughter, and she had a boyfriend in the building. They broke up later and he would watch her come and go and put hate in his eyes. Lucky for him, he didn't hurt her physically, but what he did do was hang himself on the stairs just outside her door looking at it. He knew she'd left for work early and of course she found him. Later I talked to the lady that lived in the apartment where the dead boyfriend lived. She said she could hear someone opening her door and then walk down the hallway toward the apartment. I did not renew my lease after a year of ghosts and the actual dangerous gang member that lived in these apartments. Military Post Ghost. My family and I lived in Fort Campbell, Kentucky for 8 years. The first house we lived in, there were seriously signs of it being haunted. Shortly after we moved in, the odd occurrences started. The first one I can remember was about 3 months or so after we moved in. Our youngest daughter was 2, and her toy box was set up in the hallway that ran from our dining room to the front door, with our stairs acting as a wall and a separator from our living room. I was playing on my phone, and she was on the other side of the stairs playing with her toys. Suddenly, I hear her come running through the hallway and into the living room. When I look up at her, there's no way to describe her other than being just straight up terrified. Her eyes were wide with fear, and she ran as fast as she could and jumped onto the couch with me. When I asked what was wrong, she pointed to the hallway and said, "That man scared me." My blood ran cold. We were the only 2 at home. My husband was at work and the older daughter was at school. So there definitely shouldn't have been any man in my house. When I asked what man, she just kept pointing to the hallway and saying, "That man over there." I grabbed a small wooden bat from a toy bin at the end of the couch and crept into the hallway. There was no one there. Carefully walked around the entire first floor, searching the storage space under our stairs, our laundry room, and our pantry. No one there. No one could have snuck upstairs without me hearing the old wooden stairs. They're notoriously creaky. And the door leading to our garage was also very loud. There was no way anybody could have got out of the living area without me hearing it. I told my husband about it as soon as the kids went to bed that night. He chalked it up to our daughter's vivid imagination. The second weird occurrence happened a few weeks later. My husband was a soldier in the army, and after physical training in the mornings, he would come home to shower and change into his uniform for the day. He was taking a shower in our bathroom when he thought he saw someone walking through our bedroom. Our shower curtain had a clear panel across the top, and he showered with the door open because of the poor ventilation in the bathroom. From the doorway to the bathroom, you had a clear view of our bedroom. He said out of the corner of his eye he had seen someone walk next to our bed and bend over our nightstand. But when he asked me about it, I told him I'd never come upstairs. He was weirded out, but thought maybe he imagined it. We ended up getting a dog shortly after. Our beautiful bulldog was named Eleanor, and unfortunately, soon after getting her, we learned that her youngest daughter was deathly allergic to her. Because of our daughter's allergies, Eleanor had to stay downstairs, and at night we would kennel her in our dining room. It wasn't long that she began to bark at the hallway. The same hallway my daughter had claimed to see a man that scared her. Eleanor's hair would just raise on the back of her neck and it would stand up. She would bark at something that we couldn't see. At first we thought maybe it could be mice, despite no other signs that we had them. We set traps, never caught anything. We ended up having to rehome our sweet Eleanor due to my daughter's allergies. But for the entire 2 years that we had her, she hated that hallway and refused to walk through it. The most terrifying event that ever happened to me when we lived in that house was the night that I saw him. I was laying in bed playing on my phone. My husband slept beside me. It was around 1 a.m. and I decided I needed to try to get some sleep, since I'd have to get my oldest son up for school the following morning. I had been facing our bathroom and the door to our bedroom. I rolled over to snuggle up to my husband, and standing in the corner of our room was a soldier in full uniform. The room was dark, but because of the street lamp light outside the window, he was illuminated well. I screamed and smacked my husband to wake him up, and as soon as my husband jumped, the soldier took one step forward. This was toward the bed, and he disappeared into thin air. I was hysterical. My husband told me that I just must have been dreaming, but I had never been asleep, and I knew what I saw. He had been so solid I would have sworn he was a real person. This was until he faded away right in front of my eyes. I was terrified, and it took me forever to fall asleep. The next day I talked to a friend of mine who had lived on our street for a few years. At first I simply asked if she had ever heard of anybody else on, this side of the street complaining about their house being haunted. She said yes, and asked why. I didn't tell her what I saw, but I did tell her that weird stuff had been happening in our house. She immediately got uncomfortable and said, "Well, a guy that used to live on our street killed himself in his house, right?" I was shocked. I said no. Asked her when it happened. She explained that when she and her husband first moved in, they used to have block parties in the cul-de-sac at the end of their street. Shortly after they moved in, they went to a block party to meet their neighbors, and someone at the party told them that it was a good thing they hadn't moved in a couple months earlier, because one of their neighbors had committed suicide after returning home from war. They said he had suffered from PTSD and shot himself one night. And, with it being a military post, it had really shaken up the whole neighborhood. My friend wasn't sure exactly which house it happened in, but judging from what we had all seen and experienced in my house, I was sure it was mine. We had tons of other experiences in that house. We lived there for 6 of the 8 years that we lived in Fort Campbell. There was always something weird or unexplainable happening there. Do you guys think this is real or paranormal? I share a room with my grandma, and I'm not sleeping there because she's sick. That's why I was sleeping in our living room sofa. I've slept on that sofa at night lots of time, so I wasn't scared or anything. The actual story is I was on the phone and had a really bad gut feeling, so I stopped scrolling on my phone and was trying to sleep. And after a minute, I heard someone singing a song behind me. It was coming from another sofa that was behind me. It was just for a few seconds, but I got so scared and pretended to be asleep. I didn't know how I managed to stay calm for so long. After 15 minutes, my mom came to get water from the kitchen, and I finally got up and went straight to the room. When I told them, they laughed at me. But of course, anyone would laugh. I knew they weren't going to believe me anyway. I know it wasn't my family member because Grandma and my brother are sleeping upstairs. My parents' room is downstairs, but not near the living room. I know I heard it, but if it was real, then what was it? This house we live in is our ancestral home, but no one ever experienced anything paranormal in this house except my brother and I. My other experience was a month ago. I was brushing my teeth and I heard something, and then I saw something sprint right past me. First, I thought it was my brother. Then I remembered he was still asleep. And also, when I told this to my parents, they laughed and didn't believe me either. But I think they're just trying to convince me that it's all in my head, because they've experienced these things themselves. I don't know about my dad, but my mom was nervously laughing. Horrifying dreams and bruises after move. Me and my roommate we moved into our new apartment, and it's been like a month. Since the first days, weird things started happening. Like I started finding my hat inside the sleeve of my jacket multiple times in the first few days. Never put that there, nor did my roommate. And things started to fall and doors would open by themselves. The house is old and we're moving, so we thought nothing of it. We burned some Palo Santo and thought that was it. Then my girlfriend came to visit. She told me she woke up in the middle of the night, feeling like something horrible was behind her and watching us sleep. I brushed it off as sleep paralysis. But then I too started to wake up, always around 4 a.m., always feeling like I'd been woken up. My roommate sometimes hears what sounds like pebbles falling on the floor. My roommate too wakes up around the same hours and feels watched. But the thing is, we didn't tell her what happened. My girlfriend neither did. I don't think she did anyway, but this waking up abruptly in the middle of the night, we're not conditioning each other. Then the dreams and smells and bruises started. Sometimes something in the house smells like pure death, but it obviously isn't anything that we can find. The dog doesn't look for it, so it's not like the garbage or food, just a smell so foul and rotten. We wake up bruised pretty badly, in points where we can't have caused it, not even without realizing. And bruises on me have become really big, through time anyway. And then the nightmares. It's since I was a child, and I hadn't had dreams like that bad. So realistic and lucid, I always remember them clearly. It's always something really atrocious. The people previously living here were African, but don't know clearly from which part of Africa. We found the house in disgusting conditions, and we were thinking that maybe they left behind some form of bad magic that we don't know. But it's just an hypothesis. The weird house on 39th Constantinopolis Street in Agia, Greece. Okay, this is a series of events I haven't pieced together until last summer, otherwise known as summer of 2021. So when I was younger, around the age of 10, we visited the third time in my life, and the first time I remember clearly my grandaunt Eugenia's house in Agia, Greece. This time was the first that we visited, and she wasn't with us anymore. She had passed away. That summer, I remember it very vividly. I had constant dreams of her visiting me and lighting up the whole candle that was hanging over my bed at night. It was something she used to do, when we were visiting anyway. Because of the time, there was faulty wiring in my room, we didn't use any of the plugs, and the candlelight also worked as a nightlight. So I wouldn't stumble on any furniture in the night when I'd get up to use the bathroom. Usually after those dreams, I would wake up to find the holy candle lit or slowly going out since it was morning. That summer was also the first time I was allowed to explore the neighborhood with my 5-year-old sister. Not as far as we would have liked. But one evening, my dad and my Aunt Helena had a fight. When my dad gets angry, he leaves and goes for long walks. It's something he does to calm himself down. That evening, I had heard the fight and I wanted to console him, so I quickly ran after him. We walked around the neighborhood in our PJs and flip-flops. We enjoyed the sunset and the sea view as we talked about the various things, everything but the fight. On our way back home, after Mom called my dad, we passed the house on the 39th Constantinopolis Street. I remember it looked so jarringly familiar that I froze before it. My dad unknowingly kept pulling as if we were holding hands. I didn't know why it looked so familiar, so I pushed that memory aside. Years go by and it's 2018. We're visiting the house again. This time, I've had an anxiety attack that was so bad that my mom suggested I remove myself from the house, or the thing that caused me anxiety, otherwise known as my phone and social media. And I listened to her. Left my phone, wore my shoes, and I left the house. Just as I was trying to shut the door in my fanatic state, Dad stopped me, saying I shouldn't be alone now, so he would tag along. We walked the same route as all those years ago. My anxiety attack slowly fading away. We sat by a bench enjoying the sunset when I finally calmed down completely. On our way back, I saw the house again, and this time I was sure that it looked familiar, because I had seen it in a dream. Yet I couldn't pinpoint the dream itself. I would visit this house many more times during the summer of 2018 and 2019, trying to make my mind recall this dream. Now it was summer of 2020 when I was talking on the phone. And since on the street we had better cell phone signal, I was pacing around the neighborhood. This is when I heard music coming from down the street. Now keep in mind, this neighborhood is located above nightclubs, and it was summer. Music is always present, either by the nightclub or because many of the houses in the area are summer houses. Everybody has their windows open. But this music didn't fit in. It sounded like it was coming from a gramophone. While listening to my friend rambling, I started following the music, and the moment I stopped before the house, the music stopped. I jumped when I heard the sound of glass breaking that came from the balcony of a house next to the one I was staring at. Shook my head, thinking again that it came from a different house, and the sound just spread out. Summer 2021. I'm walking down that same path with my dad for a leisure walk. This time we're discussing architecture of the early 20th century. My dad stops before the very same house and points out how the house looks old, but the terrace looks relatively new, maybe 1950s. That was when I automatically correct him, saying that the terrace is older, but the renovation might have been around the 1950s. He looked at me confused, wondering how I knew that. But I just shrugged and pointed lamely that the brick the whole house was covered in was exactly the same, but the railings were different. They hadn't stored the brick to use the ladder. Must have been built all at the same time. Dad kind of gave up after that. It was night, and I just kept walking. As we were walking, a small breeze blew, and I heard the gramophone music again. That was the moment I remembered the dream. The dream was of me watching some young girls around early 1910 walking toward that house as music from the house was able to be heard all the way down the street. I didn't know who those ladies were, but they were in their late 17 years, maybe early 20s. I watched them entering the house that looked in very good condition, not as abandoned as I grew up watching it in real life. I remember I followed those girls inside the house where there was a party happening. That's when I realized the time period. It was a send-off party. The eldest son of the household was going to fight in World War I, and his friends and family threw him a party to say goodbye. They were quite rich, judging by how the house was decorated. I remember watching a couple on that terrace looking at the sky and talking about how fragile life is. And that's when the war ends. The man would marry the girl. And the girl told him not to make promises that he can't keep, because life is unexpected. After that, I felt myself being pulled back, and I found myself watching the house, and this time, I see my grandma and my grand-aunt Eugenia standing outside of it, holding each other's arms. I wanted to yell out to them and say hi, and that I was there. When I realized they couldn't see me, I had no body, and I was just watching everything. Judging by how old my grandma and grand-aunt Eugenia were, I would say it was like the early 1950s, and I could see construction happening around the house. My grandma and her sister, they asked what they were fixing to the construction worker, and he answered, they were fixing the railing because the granddaughter was bringing her fiancé from Australia, and the wedding would take place at that house. Grandma and her sister commented about how happy they were for the granddaughter to finally be settling down, wished the construction worker good luck before leaving and continuing their stroll. I followed them, but I kept feeling being pulled back, and I was screaming for my grandma to hear me. The last thing I heard was my grandma talking to her sister about the job she took at Pella, the teacher. I was wondering if it was worth, going this far away from Agio, their hometown. After that, I was pulled back into the house, and it was now abandoned. I couldn't get out. I was crying and slamming my fists against the main door. Something else scared me after that. I jumped up awake and I was crying in my sleep. I have no idea what that was, but after I recalled the dream, I went back and started staring at the house and wondering why. Why did I dream about this when I was 10? I haven't watched a dream about that house ever since, but I feel a pull towards that house. I don't know why, especially the terrace. I think my grandma or grandpa came to check out how the cakes turned out. My camera's AI feature caught them for a moment. This happened a few minutes ago. I'd just taken out of the oven my freshly baked vanilla and cinnamon raisin cakes. I wanted to snap a photo of them to send my best friend and my aunt. My camera had the AI option activated because I forgot to disable it, and after an outing on Friday night, this happened. So as I turned my camera toward the kitchen table, the AI sign showed 1 second. It showed the food sign since I snapped a picture of the cakes. And the next, when facing the kitchen table and kitchen door, it showed the person sign. The person sign appears when the AI feature detects a person's presence. The thing is that I was alone. My parents and I were just napping. My sister's in her room studying. My aunt's working at her boyfriend's family's farm trying to finish before sundown and the rain comes. The house is my mom's and aunt's childhood home. My grandma lived in it since 1983 up to 2017, where she died in her sleep, in her room, otherwise known as my parents' current bedroom. All of us have experienced something that might be considered as a presence, either by feeling a hard knock on our backs, shoulder, or heads, as I gave mention before in other posts, but never on a camera or a radio, although my computer at times opens itself in the middle of the night or day when it's in sleep mode, but I don't think that has anything to do with a ghost. I found it odd, didn't feel a presence, and the person sign remained for a moment when I placed the camera in the same spot again a second after I realized what had happened. If there is a ghost after all that, it's either my grandma or my grandpa or both of them. Maybe they're keeping an eye on us. Maybe they, she, or he wanted to see how the cakes turned out. I thought to share because it's nothing spooky, it's something wholesome in my mind, and maybe it'll cheer someone up. My dad and mom's voices. This happened on Sunday the 16th of January, 2022. The first event happened at 8 p.m. I was in the wash closet of our house. We have a full bathroom and a wash closet, and I had a coughing fit that sounded really bad. As I've calmed down, I'm trying to catch my breath and I hear my mom's voice coming from the full bathroom, asking me if I'm okay. The bathrooms are connected with the common airway. We usually use it to speak to one another if it's necessary. Otherwise, it's used as an airway. I say that I'm okay and I get out of the wash closet and I go to knock at the full bathroom's door to reassure my mom that I'm okay. But nobody was in the bathroom. My mom was in her room on the computer. Confused, I asked my mom if she's been in the bathroom the past 5 minutes, and she said she hadn't. She didn't want to lose any moment of her friend's radio program as she was keeping her water intake to a minimum. I just shook my head, going with my afternoon. The second event happened at 6 a.m. I was about to head to bed after spending the entire night writing. I'm more creative at night. And I decided that it was enough of writing for tonight, and I went to brush my teeth and pee before bed. I'm peeing when someone knocks on the door. Then I hear my dad's voice asking me if I'm okay. I say, yeah, and he says, all right, before I hear him enter the kitchen and open the small kitchen light, and I hear him prepare the kettle for his coffee and prepare my sister's breakfast. I look at my phone, and it's 6:15 a.m. I think that Dad might have woken up an hour earlier than usual, because he couldn't sleep, perhaps. He usually wakes up at 7 a.m. and starts waking my sister up for school. It wasn't unusual for my dad to wake up at 6 or 5 or not sleep at all at night. He'd be reading comics on his computer waiting for 7 a.m. to start. So I shrug it off and get on with my thing. But when I finish and I'm sort of shutting the light off, I turn to say good morning to my dad, but the kitchen is empty and dark. Dad is nowhere to be seen. I gently go to my parents' room and I can hear my mom and dad's snores, so I go up to my room to sleep. At 7 a.m. I woke up to the sound of my dad's alarm clock. I get up to go ask my dad if he went to the kitchen around 6 a.m. and he said no, but had a dream of getting a glass of water from the kitchen. Josh is speaking to you from beyond the grave. So my ex-boyfriend and I went our separate ways about 6 years ago because he was a raging alcoholic. And of course, being the weak-willed person I was, I became one too. So we had the opportunity to move a few states away with some friends who would do anything and everything they could to help me get my life back on track. I gave him an ultimatum. Stay here, continue drinking and die, or come with me and let's start fresh. Do something with our lives that we could be proud of. He chose to stay, and he died a month later. I carried around a lot of guilt about it for a long time, especially since my now ex-best friend told him that he killed himself over me, which wasn't the case. However, here's when it gets a little weird. He has a twin brother who died of an epileptic seizure in the upstairs bathroom at their house after falling and hitting his head on the sink. My ex-boyfriend died of an epileptic seizure exactly 1 year to the day of the anniversary of his twin brother's death in the same bathroom. This is also in the same house, by hitting his head on the same sink. And now the final eerie frosting on top of the eerie cake. This came today when I was going through my files. Documents that I've kept in like user manuals, warranties, health insurance documents. I came upon one file folder and I pulled it out of the plastic tub that they were kept in. I immediately recognized a familiar handwriting that said, "Josh is speaking to me from beyond the grave." And my God, do I have the heebie-jeebies right now. I can post a pic if anybody's interested. There's a snake in my boot. Room. So this all happens when I'm half asleep, but definitely still conscious, as I remember what I saw and my responding to it in detail. I mention that because being close to sleep is a bit of a disqualifier for me, since I could just be in a dream or my brain's being sleepy, so take my experience with a grain of salt. I have this reoccurring, almost dream. It's with a shadow figure, always in the shape of a snake. I would guesstimate it to be about 6-ish feet long. It'll approach my bed while I'm trying to sleep. More specifically, it'll keep trying to get around me to where my girlfriend's asleep. It'll vanish without fail if confronted, which is where my girlfriend comes in. She's woken up to me telling various spots in the room off. She describes it like I'm commanding a pet. One time she was awake and watched me calmly sit up and fling my pillow at something. She thought I was sleepwalking, but when she tried to talk to me, I responded normally with, "It was just a snake, but I took care of it." I remember every interaction, and it always goes just how she describes it. So unlike classic sleepwalking, in my opinion. I'm posting because last night we were house sitting with my parents and I had another experience. Pretty uneventful. I just glared at it and said, "Don't you fucking try it." And she said that it was probably a bit more intimidating than I intended, though. But this morning she made the comment that it was weird that this only happens at my parents' house, and only when we stay at this one specific guest room. It's never happened anywhere else, including other rooms in the same house, but makes me wonder what could be causing this interaction. So I asked the people of this sub, is it some spooky shit or just a weird sleep phenomenon that only happens in my parents' primary guest room? Responding to a possible poltergeist. So a while ago I responded to what I think to be a poltergeist. I responded to a house in a rather okay neighborhood. Houses that were pretty well taken care of despite mostly being built in the early 80s. Most, if not all, 2-story homes too. Early in the morning, dispatch notified me of a possible home invasion or robbery. This was at one of the houses by an anonymous tip from a supposed concerned neighbor. The following is details that I jotted down in my patrol book shortly after the incident. Note: I was not present when my lieutenant or sergeant was taking pictures. That was added in shortly after shift change. My lieutenant told me about their experience. Date: 1/24/2022. Dispatch notified by concerned neighbor at 02:17 hours of lights and sounds coming from a house whose occupants are known to be on vacation. First unit on scene, me, at 02:24 with unit call sign Charlie 2. Shift sergeant arriving approximately 2 minutes at 02:26. Upon initial inspection of the home, no evidence of forced entry on either front and back doors were locked. First-story windows appear to be secured. Residence is a 2-story dwelling with a single light on upstairs. Upon dispatch making contact with the homeowners, we were advised of a spare key hidden in the fake rock located near the main steps under the small bush in the front of the house. Decision was made to make early entry, 02:30. 2 more units arrived, Charlie 4 and Charlie 9. Entry of the house, weapons drawn. 2-man teams were utilized to clear the house. Upon initial inspection, main foyer was clear. No evidence of tampering. Dining room and den and living room was also clear with no evidence of tampering. Kitchen and laundry room showed evidence of tampering, with various drawers and cabinets being open. Freezer door was ajar. Several items spilled out. Several knives from a knife block appeared missing or strewn about the floor in the kitchen. Laundry room light was on. The laundry detergent was deposited on the floor. Several items of clothing were torn, strewn about the floor as well. Door was slightly damaged, along with drywall where the doorknob struck it. Upstairs, hall light on. 2 out of the 3 doors were ajar, with one room that has its lights on. Upon entering the room, the door open with the light on appears to be the master bedroom. Bed was not made, with pillows thrown about. Blankets and sheets were balled up on the foot of the bed. Master bathroom light was also on, with a large mirror that appeared to be shattered. Several articles of clothing were ripped similar to the ones in the laundry room. They were thrown about, some on the floor, some in the bathtub, some in the sink. Of the sinks, 2 vanity shards of the mirror, all over the floor in the bathtub. Last 2 rooms were searched and deemed cleared. Room 2, which was also open, had several items tampered with. Doorknob appeared damaged. Bed unmade, and sheets and blankets were balled up on the foot of the bed, similar to the master bedroom. Room 3 door was closed. Had no evidence of tampering. Upon rallying in the main foyer of the first floor of the house, several large bangs and what was perceived as heavy footfalls appeared to be coming from upstairs. I, Charlie 2, and Charlie 9 made our way back upstairs where the master bedroom door was again ajar. All upstairs bedroom doors were closed before going back downstairs. A lone picture laid in the entrance of the master bedroom which appeared to have 2 large burned holes through the face. There were burned holes through the face of people in the picture. Master bedroom had several pictures removed from the wall and placed on the ottoman at the foot of the bed. All pictures were damaged to include broken glass, bent and warped frames. Several shoes were also removed from the closet and placed on the nightstand, and the lamp was knocked over. Upstairs was again swept, and no other anomalies were discovered. All upstairs windows were locked and secured. All lights were subsequently turned off, and all doors were secured and locked. Upon exit of the house, dispatch was notified no persons were found inside the house, and the house was again secured. However, damages were observed in several rooms. Decision was made to patrol the street and surrounding neighborhood. I and Charlie 9, we remained in the area on patrol. All units departed at 04:10. Approximately 04:22, Charlie 9 drove past the house and all lights, including the exterior lights, were on. Glow from the inside of the house where the den and living room was located appeared that the TV was now on. Dispatch was notified and I arrived on scene again approximately 04:24. Entry was again made of the house. Several appliances, including the gas stove, was on. All 5 burners. Microwave, garbage disposal, TV, all of them were on with full volume. Dryer was running along the washing machine. A radio could be heard playing at full volume upstairs. First floor was again cleared. Upon clearing the last room, the laundry room, heavy footfalls along with the sounds of grunting and dog-like growls could be heard from upstairs. No dog was present or observed the first time we entered. Our presence was announced. We made our way up the stairs. Again, weapons drawn. Sounds were emitting from the master bedroom and orders to step with hands up held high in plain view was demanded. These orders were announced several times, all the while a sound of growling and murmuring was heard. Upon entry of the master bedroom, the nightstands were now upside down on the master bed. All drawers from the dressers were open and clothing articles were strewn about. All noises, including appliances, stopped once we made entry into the master bath. All lights, including the master bath lights, were turned off without us doing so. Upon exiting the master bedroom, going down the stairs and exiting the front door of the house, we notified dispatch of our findings. Concluded that we will have no longer having a need to enter the premises. Charlie 1, Shift Lieutenant, and Charlie 2 arrived on the scene to document the findings at approximately 0500. Pictures were taken of the scene to include the damages observed before being forcibly pushed by unknown entity. Charlie 2 sustained minor abrasions on left forearm and minor laceration behind right ear from being knocked over. No further personnel are permitted on premises until arrival of homeowners. All pictures and reports were given to investigations for further follow-up. The Voice in the Woods. So, aforementioned in my prior post, the village I live in was only about 40 or 50 people at most. Everyone knew everyone. All 12 of us kids knew each other and played with each other. Naturally, some of us grouped together and explored the surrounding area since there wasn't much in the way of entertainment back then. Mid to late 90s, rural Ohio. The village was old. The furthest back I could find about the village documentation-wise was that it was established back in the late 1790s. A small trading hub for the local area. Ohio didn't become a state until 1803. My village had a single church in the center of it. An old school house converted into an actual house just kind of next to it, and a pasture behind it with thick woods surrounding 3 or 4 sides of the small town. Again, as I said prior, my dad grew up around the area, so he was full of legends and stories about it. One of those stories was about a small fort that was originally French, turned British, and finally colonial American in the area. Nobody really knew where exactly it was located, but there was a few mentions of a small fort in the area from the research that I'd done. One of the stories about this fort was that it was a primary trade route for the local Native American tribes and the influx of settlers that were arriving in the area. Naturally, conflicts arose as more and more people settled the surrounding area, and eventually all-out conflict ensued between the settlers and the native tribes. The fort was said to be destroyed by fire. People on both sides slaughtered each other, and eventually the natives were driven from the area with the help of a local militia. My dad always told me the land wasn't good, tainted in ways with bad energy. I guess when entire families are slaughtered and people being driven from their homeland, it can cause some long-term ill effects. And all of us kids were playing, or wanting to do two things at once, you could say. One, if the woods get quiet, you get quiet and leave immediately. Two, if your name is being called out, especially from the woods, don't respond. Go home immediately and never look back. Pretend you never heard it to begin with. Everyone in the village knew how quickly the area was. It was quirky, too. Most people were the usual sort of bland days. While some days it would be like a fairy tale. Periodically, other days it could be a nightmare. Now, the people of the woods were probably the most common entity everyone in the village knew of and were generally treated with respect and a wide berth. Some of the other things were generally best left well enough alone entirely. My experience. In the late 90s, I was around 10 years old. I was overcome with an insatiable desire to go camping. It was mid-August, so hot and muggy during the day, but rather mild and cool at night. I gathered two of my friends and told them about it, and they both liked the idea. Now, generally, nobody really camped in our woods. My parents, along with many others, didn't really like the idea of a group of 10 or 11-year-olds going camping alone, but my dad said that we could as long as he came with us, just to ensure that we were safe. I reluctantly agreed. Prior to that night, I went out to scout out a good area to make camp at, and I knew a fairly decent place that was close to the creek, relatively flat, not difficult to get to. Wanted to scout the area just to ensure it was clear of debris and ready for tents. By this time, I was well acquainted with the people of the woods, and I made my offering before entering it. I didn't see them while on my journey or anything, so I felt pretty good about that. Once I arrived to the location, I began moving things around, clearing out the sticks, large stones, and making a fire pit. Even going as far as stocking with wood and throwing some larger sticks nearby for fuel. I was so enthralled in what I was doing and so focused on getting the area cleared that by the time I was satisfied with what I had done, I just noticed just how quiet everything around me became. When I say quiet, I mean dead quiet. No birds, bugs, not even the wind made a noise amongst the leaf litter. I immediately shut down everything I was doing. I stood there looking around slowly, my breathing just trying to listen for the faintest sound that I could. I don't know how long I stood there motionless, a few minutes maybe. And then in the far distance I could hear a crow call, and almost immediately I began hearing the chirping of robins, and even a faint whistling from the woods and the trees. The hair on my arms and neck just went on end. I figured, well, maybe it was just me making a ruckus that everything nearby quieted down because of that. Content with that logical reasoning, I began making my way back home to pack up for the night. Around 6 p.m. that night, my two friends made their way over with backpacks, tents, and both me and my dad were finishing up dinner. All four of us made ready with everything that we needed and began trekking out to the site that I prepared. Nothing all that noteworthy happened going to the site, even after setting up our tents, lighting the fire, and making s'mores. It was shaping up to be a pretty fun night and rather enjoyable. Once we started to get ready to crawl into our tents for the night around 10 or 11 p.m., the wind started to pick up. My dad said that we might be in for some rain, but he didn't seem to have a look of contentment. My dad loved rain. He seemed almost, well, it was like he felt something was off. And it wasn't long after all of us started to feel that way. We all ended up crawling in our tents anyway since it was night, but possible rain incoming trekking back home would have sucked, but we shouldn't have walked back. We situated our tents in a half circle around the fire pit, which were all facing the creek, and the back of the tents facing the wood line. My dad was to the left of me in his military surplus tent, me in my cheapo Walmart single-person tent just barely large enough for me, my two friends to my right in their own tents. The wind howled for some time, half an hour to an hour before it calmed down. Then it got quiet. No crickets, no wind, no wildlife. The creek itself, which usually bubbles happily along, sounded muted. All we had was the faint glow of embers from the fire pit in front of our tents casting a warm glow. I could hear my heart throb in my ears, and I knew my dad and two friends were just as anxious as I was. I could hear them shift uncomfortably. I heard one of my friend's tent zipper. Naturally, I undid my zipper too to see what was going on. As soon as I popped my head out to look, I saw my dad come out of his tent with the machete that he had. He was facing the wood line. My friend had his head poking out too, asked if I heard that noise. I didn't hear anything, but my heart was pounding so hard it was hard hearing me even whisper. We both partially got out of the tent to see what my dad was looking at, but all we could see was the inky darkness. And then I heard it, a distant, faint, hello. It was coming from some ways away in the darkness of the woods. I could see my dad shift uncomfortably in his feet, white-knuckling his machete, looking to the wood line. Then again the voice called out again, hello. It didn't seem right. It was off-putting, almost as if whoever was speaking was trying to speak in a very feminine voice, faint and fragile. My dad motioned to grab some of the extra wood next to the tent and throw it on the fire, which I reluctantly did. Leaving the perceived safety of my tent didn't really sit well with me. As the fire began to slowly grow in brightness, my dad stepped backwards near the fire and stood there facing the wood line. By this time, my other friend popped his head out of his tent too, and all three of us, including my dad, were watching the wood line. We were all unsure of what to expect. Nothing came out, and we didn't hear the voice again. An hour passed, and by this time my dad was sitting on a large stone next to his tent, one leg crossed and a machete in his right hand, watching silently. Only the sound of cracking fire echoing against the shale cliff face across the creek was heard. Several hours passed, and both my friends went out to get their tents. Only me and my dad was out. Me tending to the fire, my dad watching and waiting. I could hear rustling to our right just beyond the light from the fire in the tree line. My friend closest to it popped his head out, looked at me and asked me, "What?" As if he was watching me to repeat what I said. I didn't say a word. Hadn't said a word since I got out of my tent the first time. Put my finger up to my lips and motioned to be quiet. But the time I did, my dad was standing next to me and told both of us to shush. Immediately we heard someone say, "Come here." The same off-putting feminine voice as earlier. All three of us just stood there peering in the direction of where the voice came from. Shortly after, we heard what sounded like somebody moved back deeper into the woods. It didn't sound heavy, it sounded light, like something lightly trotted back into the woods. That was the last time we heard it. Shortly after, I'm reassured earlier that morning that just before daybreak, wood life returned. Crickets, the distant chirp of birds, and the whisper from the wind through the leaves. Once daybreak came, we all broke down our tents, packed up, and began hiking back home. We were paranoid the entire way back. Listening and looking. We didn't see or hear anything or anyone, but also nobody said a word on the way back. Once we made it to my backyard, my dad broke the silence and told us that what we experienced never happened, and it would do us good not to say a word to anyone about it. He had fear written all over his face, as not even he had experienced something like that. To this day, I don't know what it is or who it was or what. I did end up asking my aunt next door. This was later in life if she experienced something similar since she grew up in the area. But even she was tight-lipped about it, saying we shouldn't have gone camping out there and my dad was a fool for letting us go. I've since left my village and moved out of state. I've run into similar stories down here in the southeast with all the same reluctance to explain what it was, or what it could be. Welcome to the enigmatic world of Paranormal M. Delve into the inexplicable with us as we unravel stories that defy logic. Ensure you're subscribed and notifications are on to catch our latest captivating tales. Get ready for a roller coaster of curiosity. A few ghost stories from my family. So I promised this a few weeks ago when I wrote about my uni flat. I have a story of potential hauntings from my mom, dad, and brother. They're all kind of interesting. However, I wasn't present for any of these events, so I can't confirm their validity, or if they've been exaggerated. They do get pretty wild. However, they're interesting nonetheless, so I'll give it a go. First off, my mom's story. So this occurred before I was born, when my brother was about 7 years old, although he's not really involved in the story. My mom lived in a different town than where I grew up. She had a friend called Pat, I believe, who had a husband called Billy. She had known them for years as she used to work with Pat, and when they were looking for a new house, she advised the one next to her, which was up for rent at the time. It was an attached house with my mom, dad, and brother on one side and Pat and her husband on the other. Apparently, when the first few weeks of living there happened, Billy became incredibly irritable, losing his temper over the most minor of things, and after several months became physically violent. It got to the point where Pat had a secret knock, you could say. She would use this on the wall, as the two rooms were literally through the wall from each other. This would be to signify that Billy was hurting her, and for my mom or dad to come around straight away, which would instantly calm Billy down and make Pat feel more secure. While all this was going on, Pat also mentioned that whenever her and Billy went out for the day, they would come home to a completely ransacked house, with the furniture flipped over and the cupboard doors open, and sometimes ripped off. The house was also incredibly cold all the time. One night my mom heard lots of crashing, seemingly coming from the next door. The dog was barking and she heard the TV turn up incredibly loud, which she believed was Billy turning the TV up to tune out the arguing. She said after the TV had turned off, she heard the familiar knock against her bedroom wall, and claimed she could hear extremely loud female crying through the wall. She said the knocking became more frantic, and the crying got louder, and my mom believed that Pat was in serious trouble. So immediately ran out of the house into the next door, where she found the front door of Pat and Billy's house open. The dog was barking in the living room where the door was closed. My mom shouted their names but got no answer, heard no sound. It was as if the house was empty. She had a quick look around and saw Pat and Billy driving up the driveway. My mom freaked out and ran over to say that she heard someone in their house, to which Billy ran in and started looking around. Pat started freaking out, claiming there was a demon on the staircase, but neither my mom nor Billy could see anything. Billy apparently started walking up the stairs, but only got a few steps up before falling backward and down the stairs. He claimed he was pushed. They all freaked out and left the house. Allegedly, they mustered the courage to go back in and found the house completely ransacked as usual. They moved in with Pat's mom the next day after packing and started looking for somewhere else to live. My mom claims that shortly after they left, and while the house was still empty, things would get thrown from the windows at her when she was going to her car. My mom also moved out shortly after. Apparently after Pat and Billy left that house, Billy went back to the gentle giant he was before moving in, and the physical and verbal abuse ceased almost instantaneously. According to Pat at least. I heard the story from all three of them, and it stays the same, so I'm inclined to believe it. Story number 2. My dad. My dad used to work in a coal mine as a health and safety inspector. One day, him and a feller named Gordy were sent to check if any of the gates or gases or something had leaked to a specific part of the mine, which was rarely ever used, too. They checked it out and it was all clear. They started heading back. The miners apparently used to take any opportunity they could if they were out of the way of other miners to have a quick nap. So my dad and Gordy did that. My dad said he woke up to feel someone poking him. He turned to Gordy and told him to stop. But Gordy was understandably confused. They went back to sleep, but the same thing happened again. Although this time when my dad woke Gordy up, Gordy started panicking as another light was coming down the tunnel toward them. They couldn't see the people, given how dark it was, just the helmet lights. However, they thought it was a supervisor coming to check on them. They worried that they had overslept. My dad said he used one of the phones along the line to ask who'd been sent down to check on them, and that they were coming back now. The manager claimed that nobody else should be in the section of the mine that they were in, and that they needed to tell them to head back to where they should be. My dad and Gordy started shouting to the person, but apparently the light just started moving toward them at a rapid rate. Apparently, a figure zoomed between them. They couldn't make it out, but it was incredibly fast, and the light seemed to be from what looked like a helmet. My dad and Gordy apparently spun around to see this figure disappearing down the mine shaft into the darkness. They understandably did a runner back to the supervisors and got ribbed for it. But Dad swears to this day that he saw something down in that mine shaft. Story 3. My brother. The last story now, and probably the shortest. When I was a kid, I had a friend named Lewis. He was a family friend, and my dad was good friends with his dad. He ended up moving to a new house. It's an offshoot from a farm. The guy who owned the farmhouse also had a huge barn. He was moving to Spain and had just filled the barn with a ton of junk that he no longer really wanted. It was absolutely filled to the brim in there. I told my friend's family that they could help themselves to whatever it was that was in the barn. I was about 11 or 12, and my brother was like 21, 22. Me and Lewis had a root around, and I remember finding a Ouija board, which, as a kid, I thought nothing of. Just picked it up, looked at it, I'd heard about them, but just tossed it to the side. My main interest in that barn was the commando figures and the zoo magazines. For anyone unfamiliar, they were like old porn magazines in the UK, before it became easily accessible on the internet. My brother, however, would not go in that barn after his first experience in there. He went in once with Lewis. There were 2 floors. Him and Lewis on the top floor, and Lewis and his dad, and that on the bottom floor. Those 2 were upstairs when apparently a remote-controlled car drove along the floor between the 2 of them. My brother laughed and picked it up and freaked out because it had no batteries in it. Him and Lewis came down explaining what had happened, but Dad just he just laughed at him. Freaked me out, though. After that, my brother wouldn't go in that barn. However, 2 or 3 visits later, he claimed he saw a face on the top floor of the barn in the window, staring down at him while he was in the garden. The rest of us didn't see it. Out-of-body experience. So this happened back in 2006. My entire family got their green cards, and after 10 years of being in the States, we wanted to visit home. There was a problem with me. I didn't receive my green card, but a piece of paper saying that I was a resident and I could come back to the States. This caused another problem. I couldn't go with my mother and little brother, but I think that was just an excuse. That's for another sub. My mother was to go one day and me the next, so I had to sleep over at my uncle's house so he could drive me to the airport. I was 16 and had traveled a lot by this point, so I knew how airports worked. I get to his home the same night my mother leaves to go to the airport. He has a pull-out couch, but it was nice. I was really tired when I got there for some reason. Put my stuff down, put on my PJs, and lay in bed. I was out almost immediately. I had a dream, or I hope it was a dream. I could see myself sleeping on the pull-out couch. I was hovering above my bed and above my body. This is when I noticed the sheets folded neatly up to my ankles, and I saw and felt myself getting pulled. My arm was under my pillow and I felt my body being pulled, but I didn't feel anyone touching me. I saw myself moving and I woke up tired and I said, I'm in here only for tonight. I'm leaving the country in the morning, so leave me the fuck alone and let me sleep. You'll get what you want. I assumed it was either a dream or I had a paranormal experience, so to make sure I wasn't messed with again, I said what I said. The reason why I think it was paranormal was because the bottom of my sheets were neatly folded, but then it was halfway up to my calves. I didn't say anything to anyone in my family because I had a reputation of being a liar, so I knew I would be beating a dead horse with a stick if I said anything. A year later, I heard my uncle and his wife talk about the experience that they've had in their house. They've seen an old man, some woman, and stuff being moved. Come to find out, up a hill by their house is a cemetery. I never said anything to them. Haven't told many people the story because even though it happened to me, and I can remember how it looked and how it felt, I know it's hard to believe. If anyone asks what it looked like when I was floating, everything looked slightly foggy, if that makes sense. The orbs. A couple of months ago, my husband and I were tasked with packing and cleaning his mother's house. She had already left to go stay with her father since her husband, my father-in-law, had recently passed away in the house. About 3 weeks ago into staying there, I was cleaning up the kitchen for dinner. The kitchen pretty much was part of the living room, separated by only a bar-like counter. As I was cleaning the counter, I happened to look up. I noticed a small yellowish orb thing kind of dancing weirdly up the wall by the ceiling. I looked outside to see if it was maybe a passing car's headlight or might have been casting a glare. There was no one and I was home alone right then. A few nights later, as we're just laying down in bed, I had my earplugs in, and our 2 dogs were laying down with us. Right after we turn off the light, I swear I hear 3 knocks on or near the front door as we were sleeping in the, living room. Heart pounding, I sat up and listened through my earplugs, noticing that our 2 dogs were laying perfectly still with no reaction. I asked my husband if he heard it. He said no, but for some reason I just felt scared of that sound and my heart was pounding. But then in that tense moment, my husband turns his head and faces me and he says something that I literally responded to with, "Why can't you be saying this on a bright sunny day outside with lots of people around?" He said to me, "I think I sense a ghost." I didn't say anything. I just squeezed my eyes shut and hoped it would go away. Not even a couple of minutes later, he grabbed my arm and whispered urgently. He said that he saw a small yellow orb on the wall below the ceiling, where I'd seen it before. He also told me that the ceiling fan above us had started slowly turning on its own. I didn't see either happen since my eyes were closed, so I just let it go. But a couple mornings later, we were sitting in the living room discussing the previous events. I looked up and noticed the ceiling fan slowly turning by itself. I gave an awkward laugh and said that it was probably because of a draft from the heater being on, or maybe an electrical issue. But then, as I said that, the fan stopped and started to slowly turn the opposite direction. The only way to make it do that is by flipping a manual switch on the ceiling fan itself, so pretty much a no-go on the electrical problem theory. Perhaps maybe a draft from the central heat being on, I don't know, you decide. What do angels look like? This story transpired many years ago, when my now 18-year-old daughter was 5 years old. It was never uncommon that after giving my daughter a bath before putting her to bed for the evening, that my wife, myself, and my daughter would end up in our bedroom. We'd get her toweled off in her pajamas and ready for bed for that evening. This night we were all laying in the bed as usual, laughing and talking and catching up as we normally did. Through all the fun and laughter, my daughter stopped and took a serious tone with us. We both asked my daughter, "What's the matter?" And she's now laying on her back and looking toward the corner ceiling in our bedroom, asked matter of fact and in a hushed tone, "What do angels look like?" Neither my wife nor I are very religious. We've grown up with religion in our lives as children and young adults. My wife grew up with a Buddhist teaching and me Catholic and Baptist. So we both had knowledge of what the scriptures and texts describe as far as what angels typically look like. Thinking that this was a prime teaching moment, and both me and my wife jump on it. We run down to look at what a classic angel looks like. And from what we know growing up, being taught that pretty much explicitly that they look like beautiful glowing wings dressed in white and flowing white clothes. They're kind and loving, and they're sent to watch over us, to protect us in our times of need. My daughter's eyes never strayed from the corner of the room as we both got our best description of what we thought an angel looked like and their purpose in our lives, if we're fortunate enough to, see one for ourselves. We both noticed her gaze after our best attempt to provide her with the best information we could muster up, and we were concerned. It was an important question. She points to the corner of the room and ceiling that her eyes have been affixed to and says, "They look like that, right?" Dumbfounded and a little frightened, my wife and I quickly look to where she's pointing and see nothing. We ask, "Sweetie, what do you see?" She states to both of us, "I see an angel right there on the wall. Don't you see it? She's pretty." Utterly shaken, a little frightened and disappointed that me and my wife couldn't share in the experience. We couldn't see what it was that she was clearly seeing, and I know I struggled my hardest to try. I had to explain to my little one that the older that we got, sometimes these special things don't allow us to see them because we may not understand. And if she sees it, then it is perhaps her guardian angel letting her know that they're there, watching over her and protecting her. And that's truly a great thing. After what seemed like ages, but I'm sure it took no more than a few seconds, my daughter stated the angel was gone and she was ready for bed. In that moment, as I carried her to bed, I was both grateful and sad. Grateful that she may have seen something many of us never get to see. Sad that my eyes couldn't see this being, that my sight had been blinded and shut off from sharing this moment with my daughter. So maybe it's age, maybe it's life, maybe it's experiences. To this day, I still wish both myself and my wife could have truly seen and experienced that moment with my daughter. In the Black Abyss. My DH is a big burly man's man. I've always known him to be matter of fact. I've never taken him for someone easily frightened or prone to emotional outbursts. However, this story he relayed to me still haunts me and frankly rocked me to my core. I know for a fact that he believes wholeheartedly in the events that took place, based on his emotions, facial expressions, and the tears that ensued as he told me the story. My DH has a long history of heart disease, and has been in and out of the hospital for issues and symptoms attributed to this. He was not a stranger to the local hospital or the emergency room doctors and the staff based solely on this medical issue. My DH was rushed to the hospital complaining of terrible chest pains. Once in the ER, he was rushed to the operating room immediately for the triple heart bypass surgical procedure. Due to sustaining a massive heart attack, and just minutes away from dying, while on the table and being worked on, he did indeed pass away, while doctors were working frantically to save his life. This was confirmed from the documentation that was presented to me from the hospital that eventually saved his life. This is where the story truly takes an odd, numbing turn. Teary-eyed and emotional, my DH states that he was hyper-aware that he had died, during the procedure, trying hard to fight the emotions back and now speaking past a stream of tears, he states. Man, the fucked up part is that I stood in absolute darkness, very much aware of nothing, absolutely nothing around me but darkness, absolute blackness, nothing. As I stood in the blackness, which seemed like forever, there was no bright light that everybody talks about. No one comes to meet me, no sound, no nothing. As he calmed down some, he went on to state how he remembered the process of returning to his body, walking up to the operating table past the surgical team and the immense pain that followed as he was now again back into his body. He turned, wiped the tears from his eyes, and sadly said, I know now that there's nothing out there for me when I die again. No one will be there for me. I'm convinced there's nothing out there at all. Nothing but darkness, sadness, and loneliness. I don't want to die again anytime soon. I'm afraid I'll be left out there all alone. I tried my best to bring some comfort to my friend. What do you say to that? How do you find words to comfort him? I faltered. Despite my deep concern for my friend after this major life experience, there's really no words, no explanation, no making it right. This man's terrible experience. Hello. Where are you? This incident took place about 2 months ago. I'm not sure if this is a true paranormal occurrence or a mechanical electrical radio wave glitch. I'll allow you to be the judge. I work for a small medical clinic in Northern California. It's not uncommon for me to reach the clinic before my other coworkers and open the clinic for my coworkers that'll be arriving after me. Our clinic has instituted the use of walkie-talkies, so that way we can keep a tab on each other's whereabouts, in case there may be a need for help with a patient or to alert staff when the patient's arrived at their appointment. Per my normal routine, I placed my bag at my desk, proceeded to turn the clinic lights, and began checking the clinic to see if any of my other coworkers made it in before me. After checking the back offices and making my way to the front offices, it was clear that I was the first and only person in the office. I made my way to the front desk office to grab my walkie-talkie for the day, turn it on, and as usual, there's nothing but silence on the other end. Nothing, as expected. I'm alone. I made my way back to the office and desk, sat at my computer, and began going through my paperwork. I was doing the schedule for the day. Suddenly, over the walkie-talkie comes a voice that I readily recognize. The voice of my front desk coworker, whom I hadn't seen when I went to my room in the office checking the facility. Over the now crackle, static, and increased volume from the previously silent walkie-talkie, I hear the recognizable voice of my coworker say, "Hello, where are you?" After which the walkie-talkie turns silent once more. Startled now and thinking to myself, how in the hell did I miss hearing something come through the now only unlocked door in the facility, the door in which my office sits next to? I grabbed the walkie-talkie holding down the respond button and I said, "I'm in my office. When did you get in?" There was no response back, just silence. I sat and waited for my coworker to poke her head into the office, and nothing. I shouted out, "Hello?" Nothing. No sound of movement or noise in the quiet office, no footsteps, no rustling or shuffling of feet, just absolute quiet. I got up and made my way through the clinic, thinking someone was trying to prank me by pulling a scare on me. And once again, after checking all the rooms, front and back offices, there was nothing and no one there, just me. Dumbfounded, I made my way back to my office, sat down, and shortly thereafter, a second coworker arrived. The very one whose voice I had just heard over the walkie-talkie. I ran and met her at the door, asking if she had a walkie-talkie on her, and using it to scare someone in the office. She proclaimed, "No, they're all put up and off. Why would I do that?" I stated that you called me and asked me where I was at. She looked at me puzzled and said, "No, I don't have a walkie-talkie. They're all in the same place where you got yours, all turned off. I checked, and indeed, they were all accounted for except for mine, and were all turned off except for the one I had taken earlier. I explained that she contacted me over the walkie-talkie, and I had just been going through the clinic trying to find her. She chuckled and called me crazy and walked onto her desk. I can't explain what or how it happened, but it was her voice. I recognized enough to search the clinic looking for her. I know walkie-talkies can pick up other frequencies and people talking on other stations as well as CB chatter, but this voice was specific, one that I recognize. I've been working with this particular coworker for over 8 years now, and I know her voice. It's sort of ingrained in my brain. But it couldn't have been her. She was never there. I'm convinced that perhaps it was something in the ether, I guess you could say, reaching out to me. The chatter over the walkie-talkie is totally recognizable and abrupt. What came over my walkie-talkie that day? I opened the clinic, wasn't it? It's truly a calm, recognizable voice, asking where I was. What did I experience? Let me start with a little backstory of myself and the recent events, so that you have a detailed picture of what went on in my life that perhaps could lead to this crazy thing I experienced. I'm a 31-year-old house father. It's blessed with a beautiful son and daughter, and a lovely wife. I'm going through a stressful period of my life. My mother had a rare brain hemorrhage about 8 years ago. A brain stem aneurysm, difficult place. Her chance of survival was 10%, and a 1% chance that she would survive without any disabilities. Miraculously, she survived and barely has any problems apart from being more direct than usual. This happened on the funeral of my grandma, who passed away in 2013. A few years later, she got cerebral infarction. While she went through the MRI, they also have seen a little tumor. However, it appears that the tumor is not growing and can't do much bad to her health. A few months later, after all this, my father got a heart attack. Got picked up by an ambulance and they had to go do open heart surgery. I don't know the medical term in English for this procedure. This went wrong. The sac where the heart is in was filled with blood. In total, they opened his chest 3 times in a time span of a week. This was in 2019. They also removed 3 blood clots. After all of this, he felt like a new person. He could breathe and move way better for some reason, which is good. But between all of this, I had business that I went bankrupt back in 2016. Barely could afford anything and nearly lost my house. If you sum all this up, I was in quite a roller coaster in the last 8 years. Okay. Now for the crazy thing that I experienced. Due to all these events that happened around me, I started to smoke weed frequently, so that in the evening I'd be calm and I could chill. I guess it became a gateway under the carpet kind of thing. I was smoking for more than a year almost every day. I'm from the Netherlands, so it's legal here to buy it. And I must add to this that my wife didn't know that I was smoking weed almost every day. She knows that I'm occasionally smoking, but I was good at concealing it, just like you'd expect of an addict. Normally, I'd smoke 1 gram, like 2 joints an evening. However, you have the option here to buy ready spin joints in the shop. I bought these, which contain maybe 20% of the weed that I normally put in a joint. They contain like 0.1 gram, instead of my usual half a gram. Therefore, what I'm going to write next can't be because you have a very small percentage of THC in one's blood. Anyway, yesterday night, after I went outside to smoke some weed, I came back and started laying on the sofa, playing some FIFA 22. I was all alone since my children were already in bed, and my wife had a little fever, so she went to bed early. I started to feel my heartbeat raising to a level that's completely abnormal. I got stabs in my heart and it went to my left arm. Exactly the symptoms my father had. I thought I was going to die. while the stabbing became more and more intense to the moment that I really thought I'm dying. A being or a person or a thing started to communicate with me through my mind, revealing itself, actually communicating that he, she, or it is questioning if I want to die right now or not. I had to promise that I would change my life right then and there. Otherwise, he would let me die right there and now. I begged for my life while crying intensely and promised myself to him or her or it that I would instantly change myself. I also had to go to my wife straight and tell everything, as well as the secret that I'm smoking more than she knows. After I genuinely begged for my life and agreed that this is the end, the old me's dead and the new me will arise, I felt the pressure fading away through my throat. After it was faded away, I could feel the energy, everything around me. I could even truly feel the energy of my can of cola. I had a feeling I could move it if I focused enough. However, filled with emotions, I couldn't focus enough since I suddenly had a pure connection with my wife's brain. It felt that I had a straight, pure connection line with my wife's brain upstairs. This is the best I can put it in words. I stormed emotionally upstairs as I felt she felt it too. However, when I came to her bedroom, she was sleeping and woken up by my hysterical behavior. I felt so awakened. I felt so powerful. I felt like I was way beyond thinking of a normal person. My wife was, of course, worried that I really had a heart attack. However, while she was saying this, him, her, it directly communicated to me again. While my wife wanted to call an emergency service, I had nothing to worry about. And that this was the only way to warn me since I'm a stubborn guy. I was so confused and still am now. Who is this? What is this? How is this possible? I must realize I've never seen things or experienced anything like this. I was so scared that I was losing my mind and that I would have to go to a mental institution or something. However, it just felt so clear. Can't describe it in words, really. Most people talk with themselves, right? It sometimes really feels like you have someone sitting on your shoulder left and right. I always wondered if that's a second version of me, or if it's like the devil and an angel on different shoulders, or if it's actually someone that's in a different dimension, or just my mind talking to myself. I don't know if this makes sense, but to me it does, and lately I'm more and more open to spirituality. I'm more willing to open myself, and I wanted to start meditating. While I got this heart attack, or whatever it was, while I had these intense stabs, I found out that the one that was talking to for years was real. It was all real. It really scared me, like a demon was all along with me and wanted to kill me. Sounds weird, but that's what went through my mind. That's all I could think about in that moment. It was after this thought that the communication started and I had to make the promise. It didn't feel negative anymore. I guess the unknown can be very scary and you can make it think it's something negative, but when I was explaining everything to my wife, she never doubted me and fully believed what I experienced. While I was in bed with my wife, I tried to focus on who or what it was and where it is that I can get some answers. You must know I'm not religious. I do believe there's something, which kind of got confirmed to me yesterday night. However, I don't believe in God or Jesus or Buddha or Allah and so on and so forth. But I do know now that there's something higher than that. That's all I can say. Don't ask me how or why. I just know now. Anyway, I was trying to find out who or what it was. Some people crossed my mind, including my grandma. As soon as I thought about her, I could feel her energy. I could communicate. How was this possible? What the fuck? But I was so emotional that I couldn't stop crying, especially when I felt my grandma. God, goosebumps all over my body since this happened to me yesterday. By the way, I did go to the doctor's this morning to check if I had to worry about something. However, for some reason, I knew exactly what she would say. It's probably stress, experienced a panic attack. My wife's had a lot of panic attacks in the past, and let me tell you, what I experienced was nothing like a panic attack or anything close to that. Probably I'm forgetting to add stuff here, what I felt, but Feels like it's impossible to explain in words what I experienced last night. My mind still can't comprehend what happened. My wife told me to post my experience in a few subreddits, so, well, here I am. I think there's a ghost in my parents' house that's intrigued with me. I'm 22 and an out-of-state college student. I'm just going to get right to the point because, to be honest, I'm kind of freaked out. On Thanksgiving break, I was visiting my parents' house, and while I was the only one awake, I walked into the kitchen to get myself some water. I was Snapchatting with my boyfriend while walking down the hall, about to send a funny picture when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. I saw a shadow of a man about 5 feet tall, about 6 feet away from me. This is as I was passing the living room. I shined my light on it, and there was nothing there. About a week later, this was later recounted to me by my dad at Christmas, whom I had not told about the Thanksgiving encounter. My sister, her friend, and my mom had just run to the store. My dad stayed home. He was watching TV in the living room when he saw a 5-foot-tall figure wearing a hoodie walk by the hallway to the kitchen. He told me it was so realistic that he took it for my sister, same height and also wears hoodies, and said, "Thought you went with them to the store." We walked into the kitchen and nothing was there. No one was in any bedroom or bathroom either. I asked him if it, walked like her, heavy-footed. He said no, but it's more like it was gliding along its path. Fast forward to now, a little over a month later, my roommate and I are snowed into our house. My mom calls me, and when I greet her, she says my dad's there too. They're quick to split out, asking if I'm okay and what I'm doing. I tell him, yeah, of course, I haven't left the house. We just finished a movie. They tell me that while they and my dog were in the kitchen, a wooden plaque my sister made for me with my name on it and a sticker from my university fell into the center of my bedroom. I think I should note that both of those things have been sitting untouched, securely placed on a shelf in my room for the better part of 2 years. I have no clue what's going on here, and if I should be worried for my family or not. Does this sound like something we need to address, or could it be something peaceful? I've had connections like hearing my deceased grandmother and guardian angel, Christmas bells playing a few years ago when they most certainly weren't, but never seen anything or had things move before in this past November. We've lived in this house for almost 20 years. Granny never left. My granny's been fighting cancer on top of other illnesses since I was 15. She always feared when she got old that we'd leave her in a home. She and her brothers and sisters always discussed each year who was going to die. They were always right, and she had been saying for almost 3 years it was her time to go. We always used to tell her to stop saying that because she was still young. She was going to live for ages. But it almost felt like she knew it was her time to go. She was diagnosed with bone cancer shortly after, and the treatments began. IVs, blood transfusions, chemo. We lived in a desert town, smack in the middle of California, so everything's hours away. We used to have to travel hours to sit at the doctor's for maybe 30 minutes and drive back. You can imagine how tiring it is. To be someone in such a position. She decided to move a few cities over closer to better hospitals, and we were all happy for her. She eventually moved, and months later broke the news that she was going to have a heart valve surgery and deal with cancer. After her surgery, she came out strong. We were all happy to see she pulled through. I remember her calling my name when she got out of the phone. "Bubba, tell him I love him." Weeks pass, months even. Things start to happen. Seizures, bleeding, random illnesses she would have. Constant seizures, but always seemed to recover from them. One day it was different. This time she had a seizure and a stroke. Was found by my cousin on the floor, barely moving, black and blue, rushed to the hospital later, finding she's suffering from pneumonia. She was in a coma. However you spell it, I apologize, I cried thinking about this shit. When she finally opened her eyes, she looked at my cousin and started screaming, "Bubba, where is he?" I heard her. I thought that there was hope. Eventually, she told the nurses she wanted to die at home. She was moved to her home, and not even says later we all planned to see her. Bad luck ensues. The car broke down. Our money drained. Our family members left without us. We had to watch her suffer from dementia, asking who we are. Growing weaker and paler by the day, she eventually passed. But she could say goodbye to me. Later that night, I went to sleep and appeared in a field of yellow, beautiful flowers with this circle in the middle of it. I assumed it was another vivid dream. I went to the middle of the field, feeling every step, and sat in the middle of this gigantic field. And suddenly a woman appeared. This big hazel eye, big hair, shoulders very petite in a white shirt and jeans. Someone I've never seen in my life. I looked over and saw what I thought were my mom, my uncle, and my cousin. This lady looked directly at me with a smile and said, "Tell your mom and everyone I never held anything against you. I love you all." For someone I've never seen, I remember in my dream I was confused, staring at her before saying, "I love you too. Glad to see you happy." And seconds later, she gave me a smile and disappeared. A face full of tears in my dreams. Awakened with a face full of tears, knowing who it was. I told my cousin and she sent a photo. It was of my granny in her high school years. It was her coming back to say goodbye. My granny always knew things a living being shouldn't. She would have severe migraines before a family member passed. It would always be on the dot. I've always had multiple dreams like these and always thought I was crazy. It brings me happiness knowing I can still talk to her. Chrome balls. This happened way back in late 1989 or early 1990. At the time, I lived in Santa Fe, Texas. I drove my then boyfriend back and forth to work in Alvin along Business 35 and Avenue and I Steel Road. It was getting close to sunset, and as evening is my favorite time of day, I had parked facing the west between a low-roofed building and some kind of structure. Something like a radio tower with a blinking red light at the top. While drinking my usual coffee, I noticed some movement in the distance. Thought it might be some herons, and became more interested, since I like watching large birds fly. The closer they got, however, the less they looked like birds of any kind. As I watched them come into view, it turned out that what I was looking at wasn't anything living, at least not how we think of things that have flesh and blood. These were just balls. 5 chrome balls about 3 to 4 feet in diameter, perfectly round, flying in a V formation. They were gliding silently and steadily along, no variation in space or speed in any direction, just staying the course, roughly 50 feet above the ground. As they got above the truck I was driving, I sat on the door's window opening and watched as they flew past and right in a line on the road behind me. So amazing and confusing. I had to resist the almost overwhelming urge to start the truck and follow them to wherever they were going. My eyes never left them except to blink. The entire time watching was spent trying to identify what the hell they were. It's never far from my mind. It drives me crazy sometimes. Never heard of anything similar. Has anyone experienced anything like that? Anyone in the area that may have seen the same thing? It was around rush hour, so I think there weren't many lookers up at the sky. Animal on hind legs. My house is right near a nature reservation, so I see a lot of wildlife throughout the year. Deer, wild turkeys, even the occasional bear. However, we've been having really cold weather and snow hasn't really seen a lot of wildlife since. That is until this morning. I had to work early today, and I was leaving the house around 6 a.m. when I noticed something moving around toward the back of the property. This is where we have a barn about 150 feet back. Right next to the barn was what looked like a large fox making its way across the snow. This wouldn't be that unusual except for the fact that it was walking through the snow on its hind legs in a super awkward and unnatural looking way. As soon as I spotted the thing, I froze and couldn't look away. The animal kept moving without noticing me and crossed my yard, disappearing behind my neighbor's shed. I immediately got shivers all over and had really bad vibes from the fox. Never seen anything paranormal before in my life, but the way that fox was moving was so unnatural that I can't believe it's just a result of injury or something. Definitely going to think twice before walking the dog back there anytime soon. I just read the top post about people using the sub to engage in creative writing. Funny, kinda, but sad also. I'm sure there are people here that have been experienced stuff that scared them or changed them, and they want to share and be in company of others who have had similar experiences. I've seen a few things, but this one is easy to tell. At the time, my girlfriend and I shared an apartment. This morning, something woke me up. Kind of how when you're asleep and someone walks into the room, it doesn't make a sound, but you feel their presence. You know, it's like the air in the room changes. So I wake up and look to the door of the bedroom and had a reflex, even though she and I were the only people there, and I knew that. Well, no one was there, of course, so I look at Laura's back. It's around 9:30 a.m. springtime. We have the sliding door to the patio partially open on our second-floor apartment. We're both naked under the covers, and I moved from the doorway to a back. Right then, it was clear like a wispy shape got up and out of her. Same size as her. She was really short, by the way. It put its feet on the floor like you do when you first get out of bed, pushed itself up to a standing position, and then walked straight toward the bathroom. As it's getting close to the bathroom, really only 4 to 5 steps, it starts kind of dissipating in a kind of shimmery way. Not light shimmery, but kind of fading, wispy. Same body type like her, same gait. But I remember specifically thinking that it had no hair, and the impression I got at the time was that I saw her in part of her, or spirit, or astral body, or something, or a spirit that lived in her to get up and walk away. This was in El Paso. I had several encounters with people who practiced Santeria, and a couple encounters with people who practiced other forms of magic. So I waited for her to leave for work, and I immediately got down and looked for some eggs or something under her bed. Nothing there. Never brought it up to her. So there it is. Saw a 5-foot nothing clear shape get out of my girlfriend and go to the bathroom. The mystery of an island called Titiperi. It come from a remote island called Rendova, located in the Solomon Islands, and have since moved overseas, hence the access to internet. Across from our island is another island called Titiperi. Excuse me if I'm saying that wrong. The story of Titiperi is really interesting because it was abandoned completely, and it was formerly inhabited a few centuries ago. Just like that, the villagers fled the island to come to neighboring islands such as my own. And here we are a few centuries later. Because of the lack of humans on the island, it's known for its biodiversity, and a few researchers come every now and again just to have a look. If you're looking for cool remote places to travel after this pandemic, I highly recommend it. The interesting part about this island for me was why everybody just left. If you were a villager back in the days, it would have been a great place to live. Volcanic soil to grow crops, and abundance of fresh water. Animals easy to hunt. The official story told is that there was a great sick, and people were dropping like flies left and right. So the villagers fled to get away from the sick. However, the island is known to be very big, so realistically, if you wanted to get away from others, it wouldn't be too hard because you could just be self-sufficient on other parts of the island. The story told to me growing up was a little bit different. Back in those days, we had loved, to have a good fight. A war canoe from my island, Rendova, arrived at Tetapuri in the fight. However, upon arrival, they were met with numerous unburied dead bodies. All the large canoes that belonged to the Tetapuri people were gone. To leave so hastily, not even bury your dead properly, is a really weird thing. Because it was back in the days, the first thought was a spirit had done these people. However, the people from Rendova decided to set up villages against best judgment. In due time, they also fled, because the spirit that had decimated the population of Tetapuri apparently attacked the newly set up villagers there. Ever since, the island has continued to remain uninhabited, except for a few, eco-lodges that tourists come visit. Now in present day, we go to Tetapuri to maybe have a picnic or go hunting. We are, however, extremely cautious because it is believed that the island is still extremely wild, and because of the lack of humans, spirits run amok on the island. I have some weird stories about going hunting there if anybody wants to hear them, but that can be a story for another time. Thanks for reading. Make sure to stay safe out there. Tetapuri Island, Mysterious Continued. Anyways, a few of you mentioned how weird it looked on Google Maps. It's probably a satellite issue, but it did remind me of another story where the island has messed up modern technology. The island is said to still be wild because no church has been built on it yet. For this reason, spirits still roam free. Ever since I was small, we went hunting on there. They have an issue with wild boars destroying natural habitat, so hunting is encouraged. As a result, of chasing boars around this island, I have a pretty good knowledge of where things are. A few years ago when I was younger, while we were hunting, we decided to go visit our other relatives at the Eco Lodge. Recommend visiting it if you want a unique experience. There was a researcher who wanted to go have a look at a unique flora and fauna. Since I was the only one who spoke English somewhat fluently, they told me to take it. We explored the island quite extensively. The thing is we know when we're hunting, you don't go into the deep rainforest because you may not come out. Simply because of its density, but also because there's been stories of other things. Anyways, I was taking this researcher around, and he had a navigational piece of equipment. I don't remember what his name was, because I was like 10 at the time. He was using it to see where we were going. The day was nearly at an end, and I wanted to go walk back to the Eco Lodge because I didn't have, didn't want to be camping in the middle of rain with no shelter at night. So the way we normally do things is we come back out from the rainforest to the coast and walk to places, simply because we don't want to get lost in the rainforest. Anyways, I knew where we were and I knew the way to the coast, and I told the researcher that let's get going this way. This is where things get weird. His device was saying the coast was in a completely different direction from where I knew the direction to the coast. Now, I've heard stories when people go hunting about losing their mind and going straight into the rainforest and never coming back out. But at this point, I had to question my own brain because what this device was saying was completely different from what I knew. But I knew in that moment that it may be his device playing up. I didn't want to take the risk of disappearing into the rainforest because of this device. I had walked this forest thousands of times, so I decided to instead trust my gut. I told the researcher that I just thought his device wasn't correct. He didn't like the sound of that at all and tried to argue with me that I was wrong. I knew something was wrong, and I didn't want to spend my time arguing and wanted to get out of that area as soon as possible. So I basically told him, I'm going this way. I know to the coast. You can follow your device if you want, but I'm not following you, because if you're wrong, we, or you or me, we may die. A story from the Pacific about giants. For generations, giants have been at the center of heaps of stories. From the giants that disrupted villages to the ones that would still people at night and eat them, we have a ton. I think they meant kill. Last year when I went back, I was talking to our spiritual man. They believe our ancestors gave him gifts that connect the supernatural side. He told me a more recent story. So apparently a family from another village had contacted them about their daughter missing to see if it was something supernatural. Now our spiritual man investigated. He didn't tell me how, and came to the conclusion that a giant had taken her. He asked the village if they had a giant population, and they verified that they lived in a cave not too far away. So he goes to investigate the nearby cave. From the outside, it looked like a completely normal cave. He said that when he went inside, nothing looked unusual. But before giving up on the lead, he decided to try a blood sacrifice, killing a living thing to use its life force, very common practice in our customs, to see if it would trigger something. He rounded up 3 pigs and slaughtered them in the front of the cave, pouring their blood out. He said he waited a bit and decided to go in. Sure enough, when he went inside the cave, it had changed completely and there were stairs leading down. My guy went down their stairs deeper into the cave. He said the plants he saw in that cave were unlike anything he had ever seen before. He mentioned them glowing in the dark, and it was one of the most beautiful things he'd ever seen. He eventually went further and further down, and sure enough, there was a giant on a throne. The giant thanked him for the sacrifice and asked him if he wanted more. He mentioned the girl, and the giant king knew what he was talking about. He demanded the girl come out, and she appeared. The giant explained that one of his family members had been taking a liking to her because she was so beautiful and kidnapped her. So my spiritual guy asked for her back, and the giant agrees and just takes her back. She gets returned to her village, and that's all for the story. Another story from the Pacific. So the land we live on at my island is somewhat cursed for anybody who isn't in our tribe or closely related to us. Our ancestors obtained the land through a lot of bloodshed with other tribes. In the time before, there were a lot of other people living on the island, but tribal wars killed quite a bit of the population. People who aren't us or related to us say they feel an extreme feeling of dread when they walk through the bush. To avoid this, my grandmother used to go into the forest herself when a new person came to visit us and talk to our ancestral spirits to say to leave them alone. After my grandmother passed away, we forgot about how to do this, and we learned the hard way why we still need to practice the old ways. This is the story. My cousin had gotten herself a new boyfriend, who we'll call Alan, and they decided to come visit us. Because my grandmother had passed away, no one else had gone into the forest to warn our ancestors of his coming. Alan was extremely scared to travel anywhere by himself in a rainforest. He said no matter what, he felt like something was watching him, and he had his breath in his throat the whole time. Alan would frequently get chills even when he was sitting next to a fire. One time we went walking through the rainforest, Alan and we came across an old place where we used to sacrifice our enemies to our old gods. We all stepped on the stone where the beheaded of our enemies, and Alex stepped on the stone and immediately fainted. We took him back to our leaf hut immediately. At that point, everybody figured Alan was just sick. But one night, something made me realize what was actually happening. I woke up to someone tapping me. Thought it was my sister, but I looked and it was a man from before. He was dressed in our traditional clothing from before, and he had a bone through his nose. At this point, I'm completely terrified, but the man says something to calm me down. He says Ito, which means daughter in our language. I, at this point, realize that this is probably one of our ancestors. He then proceeds to say, "Who's this man staying with you?" I explain that this is my cousin's boyfriend, and he nods. He says he has to go and walks to the door and then completely vanishes. After that, I explain to my uncle what had happened. He tells me that he thought the old ways had died with my grandmother, but it's apparent that we still need to practice it for the sake of our guest. After the man visited me and I explained who Alan was, Alan became a lot more comfortable and found the feeling of dread to be gone. I'll type up some more stories when I can. A story from the Pacific Islands. I grew up on this island called Rendova in the Solomon Islands, which was completely isolated due to the lack of modern technology. I lived with my grandmother, who's considered to be able to talk to spirits. Many weird things happened when I was growing up, but this is the most vivid story I remember. We had a little farm to grow our cassava and taro. My grandmother and I went up nearly every day to work on it and harvest food for dinner. I was only 4 at the time, but I was my grandmother's little helper. At one point, my grandmother noticed that some of our crops were missing, decided to plant our ancestral ginger there. This ginger was kind of as weird as it sounds. It's said to have a demon that we used to sacrifice the inside of it to protect us. She planted it there to ensure whoever was stealing our crops would get caught. One afternoon, we're sitting on our leaf hut, and this man comes down from the path of our little farm. He's shivering. Mind you, this is the Pacific, so it's extremely hot. And he was disoriented. My grandmother at this point realized that he was the one who stole our crops and decides to help him. Hopefully he'll learn his lesson. She orders me to make a fire, and I start making one. She goes and gets the man and sit next to him by the fire. He's still shivering next to the fire, so I get blankets and cover, but he's still cold. My grandmother and I sit next to him. She starts talking to him, but not talking to him. She says something along the lines of, "It's time to come out now. Leave him alone." Never forgot how the man replied. It was the most demonic, low-sounding voice I'd heard in my life. The man replied with, "I don't want to come out. He's mine now." So at this point, I'm beyond scared. My grandmother tells me to go get my uncle to come and hold him down. I go and I get them. They come hold the man down, the laying down position. My grandmother then starts doing a pulling motion just above the man's body, and he starts screaming. My grandmother keeps going regardless of the scream and repeats the process for about half an hour. Eventually, the man collapses. My grandmother says that she's to go into the forest to finish the rest of the ritual. She instructs me to stay with the man until he wakes up and give him some stew. So I do. The man wakes up and is completely confused as to where he is. I ask him if he remembers anything, and all he said as he remembers was just intense pain. Send him off on his way back to his home village, and my grandmother comes back a bit later with ginger that she has to plant. Nevertheless, the man learned his lesson and never stole from us again. A haunted house and strange events. This is going back 10 years ago. I've shared this experience here and there, but never dedicated a full post in full detail. I should point out I seem to be a beacon for the paranormal, and I've had many experiences in my life. This house was by far the strangest. I live in a low socioeconomic city, and the rental vacancy rate is usually like 1% or lower. So when you need a rental, you kind of just pick a house you don't hate too much and hope for the best. I was living with my mom at the time, my brother and my sister's son. I managed to find a private rental with a lovely couple. The house was pretty good. It was at a bad street and was probably about 25 years old at the time. It was quite spacious and modern. It was the first house I'd ever rented with, air conditioning, fancy. To give a visual idea of the home, it kind of has 2 fronts, which are both kind of also backs. One side backs onto the start of a highway and cane fields. The other side just is on a quiet street in a park. The highway side has a fenced yard and a covered patio. The street side has an enclosed but open outdoor space, with another separate enclosed outdoor space that housed the landlord's spa, which we weren't allowed to use. Off this outdoor area was a large kind of fancy garage that could house 2 cars. Inside there was a door to a tool shed, and inside that was a strange little creepy room that always gave me bad vibes. It had old tools in it. I always tried not to go in there because it just felt too weird. Not long after we moved in, I constantly felt like I was being watched by a young girl, who I always felt was around the spa and garage area of the home. I never actually saw her, but it always felt like she was watching me. This was as strange as it got until the poor girl was murdered by my city. It seemed to trigger something in the home. One night I was in my bedroom, and a statue on my shelf flew across the room at crazy speed and hit the wall. It somehow didn't break despite being quite delicate. Then one morning, my then boyfriend dropped me home around 2 a.m. It had been a hectic night studying at uni, so I got home pretty late. I opened the gate to the outside area. This is the quiet side of the house. As the outdoor area wrapped around the house, I could see all the house lights were on in every room. It wasn't too strange a thing, as my mom and brother were total night owls at the time, and I figured they were both still awake. I put my hand on the doorknob to open it, pushed the door open, and the house was pitch black. When I investigated, my whole family was fast asleep and in their rooms. There was no way they could have magically turned off all the lights in that split second. I was so baffled that after that I made my boyfriend stay with me, and I also went into my house every time he'd drop me back late. The next experience was when I was actually seeing a shadow person in my room. I should add, I've been having dreams about a teenage boy in kind of 80s-looking clothes who kept talking to me about his mom in a rather distressed way. He kept showing me a 70s or 80s style sedan in the dream. The gravestone. It got so weird that I asked an old neighbor if there had ever been a boy killed in a crash. He always pointed toward one particular road near the nearby cane fields. The neighbor said they didn't remember any such crash. I was again baffled. Entered the shadow dude, who I think was the boy. I woke up around 4 a.m. and it was the only slight light. I thought my brother was in my room, and I saw a thin male figure looking around my room as if he was looking for something or curious. I immediately said, "What are you looking for?" The figure turned around, kind of startled. I could see it wasn't my brother, but a shadowy mass with no real features. He walked out of the room, but this was so creepy. He peeked his head around the doorframe once before he walked out toward the lounge room, which is the opposite side of my brother's room. Just to be sure, I checked my brother's room, and he was fast asleep. Eventually, the house was sold, and we had to move. This is where all the dots started to connect. I work at a paper, and we have a history book filled with snippets from old news stories. I read one snippet about an 80s murder-suicide in town between a mother and her young son and daughter. It was reported in the same suburb, but details were a bit vague, so I wondered if it was linked and then forgot all about it. Fast forward a while and I'm dating a different guy. One stage we were driving out near the cane fields in the general area of the house, and we both simultaneously said, "Do you feel that? It's like a bad energy." He pulled over a moment, and then he said he needed to get out there, and I agreed. No idea why my partner at the time was involved in these experiences, but at one stage he was looking for a share house. He told me that he'd seen one place that had such bad energy he couldn't stand being there. I asked him details, and eventually we found that it was the exact house I'd been living in. I hadn't even told him about my time there, so there's no way he'd have known. So one day I go looking through microfilm at the library, searching for old history news as we often do flashback stories. I came by the story of a murder-suicide. Turns out it was 2 doors down from where I lived. Mother's believed to have killed or drugged the children, loaded them into the car, and headed out toward the cane fields where she carried it out. The car in the photo was the exact one the boy had shown me, and the place it was found was in the direction he pointed. Their house had been in the same direction that I kept feeling the young girl around. I don't know if they visited the house I lived in, but there's every chance that they knew the owners at the time and had spent time there themselves. Or perhaps 2 doors down isn't that far in terms of the spirit world. I did drive past, and I found out who told the 2 kids, and I was sorry for what happened to them, but it also explained why the activity happened at another child that was senselessly murdered. I think it upset them to think that it happened to someone else. Notice the home seems to change hands a lot, so I'm not sure if everybody who gets there gets murdered or if it's just a coincidence. Grandpa came back to say goodbye. So 2 nights ago, my grandfather passed away suddenly. Well, it was suddenly to us, but typical John, not wanting to make his business other people's. He swore my grandma to secrecy over the last 6 months. He didn't want anyone to know he was sick. My parents' house is currently under construction, important to the story. And he always comes over all of a sudden, helping out with chores and talking about how he's getting old and doesn't have much time left. It didn't seem out of character at the time. Anyway, last night I slept at my parents' house with my dog, Harvey. Because of all the construction, my mom and I slept in my room and my dad slept in the basement. Around 5 a.m., Harvey woke me up whimpering at the door. He didn't need to go outside. When he does, he just sits directly on my chest. He was definitely fixated on something, but I eventually got to him to go back to bed. Then I kept hearing the sound of water running in the bathroom. I knew it wasn't my mom, who was asleep next to me, and it couldn't have been my dad because there's a bathroom in the basement. I get up around 6 a.m. and my dad comes in the kitchen and asks me what the hell Harvey was doing this morning. I told him he just got up 5 minutes ago. The house is an open concept, so there's literally one big space that currently only the 3 patio chairs and a couch covered up with a tarp, so it is super echoey. The floors are very creaky. If anyone is walking through there, you can hear it anywhere in the house. My dad walks over to the chairs and starts to rock them back and forth. You were rocking these chairs around like this and moving the couch around. He even knew exactly where the chairs made each sound, and that it went on for at least 10 minutes. Explained to him that Mom, that Harvey and I were all sleeping, that the chairs and couch were all in the same spot that they were last night. I know because I put them in a formation to create a puppy barrier. I tell him I didn't hear anything like that. I did hear water running in the bathroom. Then it dawns on him. If someone was up, dog or human, where were their footsteps? The hangar at Throckmorton Airfield. For the last 20 years or so, my career has been motor vehicle related. I've held various fleet management and coordination roles in a number of large international companies. One such employer was a government department. Around 2005, the UK government decided to set up a dedicated force to patrol England's motorways to keep them hazard-free. They were called Highways Agency Traffic Officers, known internally as HATO. Though a quick Google shows that they're now called Highways England Traffic Officers. And if you have a look at the Wikipedia entry for them, you'll see a photo I took of one of the Land Rovers that we used. Totally unsuitable vehicle for the job for several reasons, but they wouldn't tell me or listen. Besides, this point isn't about my time and frustrations with HATO. We used several sites around the country to train the new traffic officers' defensive driving skills, as well as how to deal with various situations that they'd expect to encounter in their new roles. These sites were almost exclusively disused World War II airfields, as we could paint mock motorways on the old runways for the training, and use a hangar to securely store the vehicles in between training sessions. At Throckmorton Airfield, we used Hangar 1. It's a big hangar. We usually had a total of 15 Land Rovers and Nissan Pathfinders located at the site. And even with them all spaced out in the hangar, I reckon we'd only occupied like a third of its floor space. I turned up early one morning between training sessions to do an inventory of the vehicles and their contents. Brushes, traffic cones, spill kits. It was barely 6 a.m. on a cold March morning. I'd had a 5-minute chat with Darren, the airfield manager, to let him know I was on site. Made myself a cup of tea in his office. and jumped back in my car to drive down to hangar number 1. I remember it was raining, a light rain. I'd set off from my home in Basingstoke a little after 4:30, driven through some patches of thick fog most of the way to the airfield, and I especially remember wondering if this was going to be, the type of weather that I could expect for the rest of the day. I unlocked the big roller doors and rolled one open enough to drive my car in, closed the door behind me. The 15 or so vehicles were lined up against the wall, rears nearest the wall while facing inwards. I parked up, switched the hangar lights on, grabbed my travel mug of hot tea, priorities, and my clipboard for the rest of the 40 minutes or so. Set about checking tire treads, depths, lights, inventorying the contents of the vehicles and all that. I was maybe halfway done. In the back of the Pathfinder, sort of collapsible signs. That's when I heard a thick northern accent boom out. "Okay, give it a try now." My immediate thought was, who the fuck is that? I walked between the vehicles until I'm abreast in front of the vehicles and can clearly see into the rest of the hangar. "Hello?" Call out, and there's nothing, just silence. You know the saying of when silence is deafening? That's what I experienced in that moment. It filled me with dread, scared me. And even now, some 15 years later, as I type this out, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about the situation. I call out again, "Anybody there?" I feel rattled and I don't know why. My gut's screaming at me to run, and I learned at a young age to trust my gut. I sprinted down the row of checkered high-vis SUVs and leaped into my car. I stopped only to open the roller door wide enough to get my car out, the wheels spinning on the wet tarmac, hightail it to Darren's office at the gatehouse. Darren told me a couple of months later at my next visit that when I appeared at his office doorway, I was as white as a sheet and shaking. I remember it somewhat differently as I remember it. I casually walked into his office and plonked myself on an old sofa in the corner. Darren reckons he had to take my arm and guide me to the sofa. I do, however, correctly remember his question. "Did you see something, or was it the voice?" Darren made me an Irish tea. Was heavy on the Irish. Told me that a few of the hangars have paranormal tenants, but hangar number 1 was by far the most active. He explained that from what he'd been told during the war, a couple of mechanics were working on an engine of a Wellington bomber. One was on the wing, and the other was underneath on the ground. The one on the wing said to his mate, "Okay, try it now." And when the other one tried to spin the prop, the engine caught immediately, which he wasn't expecting. He overbalanced and fell into the now fast-spinning blades, which made very short work of him. Darren couldn't explain the malevolence the hangar has. But I wasn't the first to be terrified in hangar number 1. I'm sure there'll be more after me. Unfortunately, I still had a job to do, so after a while, once my nerves had calmed down, I had to drive back and finish my inventory. But you can bet I kept that roller door open and the engine of my car idling. Greetings, fellow seekers of the mysterious. This is Paranormal M, your gateway to the unexplained. Subscribe and hit that notification bell to embark on a journey through our latest perplexing tales. We hope you're prepared for a mind-boggling experience. Random encounter whilst walking to the pub. It was early autumn in 1999, and I was camping with friends in the West Country. There were about 6 of us. We had set up our tents alongside a little stream, but decided we'd walk the mile or so to the local village to have dinner at a local pub. It was a beautiful evening, roughly 6 p.m., still bright daylight and still warm, mid-20 centigrade. We were walking down the country lane with hedgerows and pastures beyond them on either side of us. I was walking with my friend Dave, chatting about whatever. We're at the head of a group, with the rest a few meters behind us. Dave's on my left, and as we're walking and talking, we come to a metal gate, also on the left, leading into a field. There's this farmer leaning against the gate with a genial smile on his face. He looks friendly and, to be honest, harmless, maybe in his 50s or early 60s. But what struck me the most was what he was wearing. He had on a rough cotton or maybe woolen dark brown trouser, an old-style white cotton shirt and an old scruffy black waistcoat. Sees me staring, and as we draw abreast, he says, "Evening." I reply. David looks at me and then looks to our left. In the meantime, the farmer said something about the weather, and I replied that it's perfect for camping. We don't stop walking or slow our already slow pace, and once a few meters away, turn to Dave and say, "Did you see what he was wearing? Like it was from the 1940s or something." Dave turned to me with a confused look on his face. "Who? Who were you just talking to?" I turned a gesture to the farmer, but he's not there. And judging by the rest of the group behind us, who just passed the gate themselves, nobody else saw or interacted with the farmer. The House in St. Nicholas Road. I've had various experiences through my life that I can't logically explain. But today I'm going to tell you about the house my parents bought when I was in my teens. This isn't about one encounter like most of my other posts, but rather a number of the more memorable things that happened to me in this house. This is in the UK. I don't know how many of the details on how my parents acquired a large Victorian 3-story house in St. Nicholas Road. What I do know is that a builder had bought it and was converting it to apartments, and he ran out of money. So the bank foreclosed, and somehow my parents acquired it for much cheaper. But it was a building site. The builder hadn't done much to the ground floor, but the other 2 floors were pretty much just shells. Structurally, the house was absolutely fine. It dated from around the 1880s. My dad asked me if I'd stay there so that people could see it was occupied, so that people wouldn't break in or squat. I set myself up in the main living area with a camp bed, and all was good. I had electricity and hot water, and despite its condition, the house was sealed from the weather. My first few experiences were hearing doors being opened and closed in other rooms. Of course, when I got there, I wouldn't find anybody or anything untoward, or indeed any reason for the doors to just magically open or close. These were proper old wooden doors, not likely to move in a drought. Not that there were any droughts in any case, but the builder had replaced all the old window frames with good quality UPVC framed double glazing. The sounds of doors opening and closing when I was alone in the house became a common thing in my 3 years of living there. After my parents had put right all the builder's work, decorated, and the rest of the family moved in, my parents, my sisters, and briefly my brother until he got a place with his girlfriend, I ended up having the top floor to myself. The house had 6 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms and the family bathroom on the first floor, and 2 bedrooms and a sort of kitchenette area on the second floor, the top floor, my floor. One room faced the street and was a bit noisy due to the traffic outside. The other overlooked the back of the house and was much quieter. I set myself up in the back bedroom, but would soon be woken regularly by an animal panting next to my head. Found out after a while that the last occupant was an old man who had a German Shepherd dog. Another thing I often heard in that room was creaking wood and a rustling noise like paper. I figured that someone used to have a creaky wooden chair or a rocking chair and read the newspaper here. I tried moving to the front bedroom, but the noise of the traffic was too much in the summer with the window open. Having it closed made the room unbearably hot and stuffy. So I soon moved back into the back bedroom and talked to the room about the dog waking me up, and to please try to keep him quiet. I was still woken occasionally by panting noises, but it was a lot less frequently. One of the weirder things that started happening I actually wasn't aware of until about 2 years of living there. I had started slowly to build it up over time. It was only when I moved out that I realized what was happening. I started to hear voices, several, like there was a group of people in the room with me. They were having a conversation or a quiet get-together. I don't know why, but to this day, whenever I think about this, I picture them in a 1930s style. But I have really nothing to base this on, that I'm aware of. It would be a couple of words, a snatch of conversation, usually male, but not always, and background noise, like glasses clinking and a record player or similar party-style noises, and laughter. I would often just hear good-natured laughter with men's voices. I talked to my dad about this because it was becoming a weekly thing, and I honestly began to wonder if I was just going a bit mad. He told me he hadn't heard voices, but did admit that he had other things happen to him that didn't happen to me. I might include that I'll include those a little later on, I guess. It was only when I moved out and into my new place that I realized after a couple of weeks that I hadn't heard any of the voices. The realization made me laugh with joy. I wasn't losing my marbles after all. As a postscript to this paragraph, I have to recount how I stayed at the house in 2002, after my dad died and helped my mom. The first night there, I heard the voice again. It startled me, but they were old friends, and I knew by then that I was mentally okay. So the ground floor was made up of two main living areas, the large kitchen and the laundry room in the very back of the house, the room that had been converted into a shower room or a toilet. I have no idea what the room was prior to the conversion. I was in the kitchen one day, and I think it was a Saturday, and I clearly heard a young female voice say, "The potatoes from the Crescent aren't as good as they used to be." The Crescent is a local high street in the area, about a 5-minute walk from the house. The voice was clear as crystal, came from the adjoining laundry room. I dashed in there, but of course there's nobody there, and I stick my head in the shower and toilet room, but that's empty too. So I'm just alone in the house. This one is a tale my sister told me. Her and her boyfriend of the time had rolled in from the pub late one Saturday night and were just in the kitchen unpacking takeaways and just grabbed on their way home. When her boyfriend casually says to her, "Oh, I didn't know you had your grandmother staying with you." Sister gave him a weird look and said, "Both my grannies are dead." To which he replied, "Then who the fuck is that?" They both look into the hallway and there's nothing there. Boyfriend squealed and screamed and ran to the laundry. Once he calmed down, he told my sister how he'd heard someone go shh at him. He turned toward the noise, and there was a white-haired old lady looking over the banister of the staircase in the hallway, scowling at him, like they had woken her up. My dad was as much a skeptic of the paranormal as I am, or was, and admitted that to me, a few strange things had happened to him. He told me of when he was preparing food in the kitchen one time and put a utensil he was using down on the countertop, only to reach for it again 20 seconds later and had it be gone. He looked on the floor and started looking elsewhere, trying to figure out where it had gone. He found it in a mug of water in the sink. Knew for a fact that he didn't put it there. Another one he told me was I guess he was just reading or doing paperwork at the dinner table in one of the living areas when the door slammed shut, which startled him out of the conversation. He looked up to see the handle turned down and the door opened fully again, but there was nobody on the other side of the door. These are the most of my more memorable things I remember of the 3 years on St. Nicholas Road. My mom sold the house in 2004 or 05, and she downsized. The Case of the Missing Mobile Phone. This is back in 2006-2007 in the UK. I had bought a house with my girlfriend of the time, just as the ass fell out of the housing market. If we had waited 6 months, we could have saved ourselves $50,000 at least. The house was an ex-council property built in the 70s. It was all right. Needed some minor work done to it, but that's all. The girlfriend and I moved in straight away without drama. However, after a couple of weeks, we noticed things would go missing only to reappear after a few days on the second to bottom step of the stairs, the one that goes up to the first floor where the bedrooms and the family bathroom are located. Usually it was kitchen implements, and I always got the blame as the girlfriend didn't believe in ghosts. I'm undecided from a logical point of view. Can't grasp the concept, but I've experienced too much weird shit to be a total non-believer. Anyway, I digress. This became the standard state of play for about 12 months. Something would disappear, she'd get a stop at me, and I'd quietly ask the house to please return the item because I'm in the shit again. And she withholds sex, which she's annoyed at me, and item would reappear a few days later, and then all would be well for a month or 6 weeks until something else disappears, rinse and repeat. Also, it was almost always the girlfriend who found the item, as she usually got home from work before me. And then one day her phone disappeared. This is back in 2006. Remember, mobile phones were nothing like the supercomputers they are now. It was usually in her pocket or in her bag, and she couldn't understand where it went. We searched everywhere. It was switched on, so we tried calling it, but couldn't hear ringing, even though it was doing so on my end. Batteries on phones back then used to last forever too, by the way. Of course, it was my fault. I quietly pleaded to the house to return the phone, but as usual, I was ignored. It was a Saturday morning when it reappeared. For whatever reason, the girlfriend was up before me and had gone down for brekkie and put the kettle on. I heard her go, "Oh!" and come back upstairs, immediately clutching her phone. "Why did you put it on the step?" she asked me. I explained for the 100th time that it's not me doing it. We look at her phone, full battery, unusual. It's been missing for, I think, 5 days, and dozens of missed calls from my mobile and her office number, and one outgoing call made. We tried redialing it, but it was a dead line. This is the part that kind of fucked me up the most. It wasn't the last thing to disappear before we sold the house in 2010, but it was definitely the most memorable. A room I wouldn't go in. My family and I moved into a new house my senior year of high school. My room was in the basement. My room in the last house was in the basement, so it was no big deal for me. There was another room next to mine that could have been another bedroom, but everybody else decided to stay upstairs. My family put our piano in that room and used the closet as extra storage space. Every time I would walk past that room, I was filled with an inexplicable dread. It's a feeling I still can't describe properly. I always felt like there was something on the other side of the door that was just waiting for me to open it. If I would walk by that room and the door was open, I would walk up and shut it immediately, being sure not to look inside. No other room in the house or any other house I've lived in has given me this feeling. I felt a presence that was extremely negative in that room. It came to the point where every time I went to my room, which shared a wall with that room, I felt uneasy, watched, unsafe, and overall very negative. I would have written it off as to me being paranoid or anxious about moving into a new house, after living in the same one most of my life. However, I wasn't the only one who expressed these feelings. The woman who cleaned our house refused to clean that room one day. When my mom asked her why, she said that room had an extremely dark energy. I wish I knew what was going on in that house. Items would disappear and reappear, and lights would turn on, and especially when I was sure they were off. Doors would be open and I'd be sure that they were closed, etc., etc. I won't ever go back into that house. My family moved after about 2 years. Heard someone calling my name in the middle of the night. So a little backstory. This happened on Sunday around 2:30 or 3 a.m. I work nights mostly, so I'm usually up at night. I was the only one awake in my household at the time, and I live in an apartment complex. I was crouched in the doorway to my balcony at the time, petting my rabbit because he wanted some lovin'. And I let him free roam on the balcony. It's pretty much cemented, no railings or holes at all. So anyways, as I said, I was crouched. And since there isn't any railing, no one would be able to see me. And even if they could, there's a giant tree that covers half my balcony. The light was off since it was so late at night. That being said, I heard a giggle and then my name being called. It was being called in a coaxing kind of way, like someone trying to get you to come over. Sort of dragged out like, insert name, insert name, insert name. Just plead your name. That makes sense. I stood and looked around at the other balconies and then the ground floor and didn't see a single person. I then thought I might have called somebody by accident because the voice almost sounded like a friend of mine. So maybe I just had him on my phone. so I closed the door, checked, but I hadn't. The moment I closed the door, I heard the voice say my name one last time in an angry tone, and then silence. I haven't really heard it since, thankfully. Told my sister, who then sprinkled salt in the doorways and told whatever it was that it wasn't welcome in the morning, in case it was a spirit, I guess. I really can't explain it. Had a lot of paranormal-like experiences in my life, including always feeling like someone's watching me at night and hearing noises when I'm home alone since I was young. But I've never outright heard my name being called like that. I think the graveyard by my house is haunted. I live less than a half of a mile away from a densely wooded area with an 1800s-era graveyard, which I frequently go to, mainly looking for mushrooms and reptiles and such. But the past few times I've been, the very last time I went, have been exceptionally strange. I'll start with the most interesting thing that happened first. I had gone to this graveyard roughly around 2 p.m. Again, looking for mushrooms. I was roughly 400 feet into the woods, much past the graveyard, which is only about 20 or 30 feet from the entrance to the woods, when I decided to head back to my house. So I began to walk back toward the way that I'd entered, when I started to get the feeling that I was being watched. Now, being in the woods, that's quite a normal thing. It usually just ends up being a deer or an owl or something. However, I quickly realized it probably wasn't. When I finally got back to the area of the graveyard, the woods went dead silent, which isn't a good thing. So I ran pretty quickly out of the woods. The moment I stepped out of the woods, I looked to the right of me and I saw a trail that I hadn't before. So I decided to, quite stupidly, go into the trail to see what was back there. There wasn't much, just rusted cans and trash everywhere. I'd stood back in this area where the short trail took me when I heard a very strange sound. It sounded almost like a frog, but very high-pitched and almost tonal, like someone singing. Made the hair stand up on the back of my neck, and at this point I sprinted out of the woods until I was nearly back to my neighborhood, and I looked back. When I did, there were 3 small orbs that seemed to stare back at me. At that moment, I just said to myself, "Oh, fuck this." Ran out as fast as I could back to my neighborhood. The only other strange thing to happen back there is the Sasquatch trees, which are bent-over trees that I know for certain that no human could have bent. Trees back there are over 20 feet in height, quite sturdy. And the time where I was back in the graveyard with my mother, we both heard a distinctive whoop, like the stereotypical sound you hear of Bigfoot documentaries. It's quite strange. That was a terrible rendition on my part. I have photos of the graveyard and the Sasquatch trees, but I think I'll wait until people say they'd like to see them on posts. I'm on my mobile right now, and links are difficult to get. UFO sighting above Green Cove Springs, Florida. It was the summer of 2016, a few months after my sister was born, and me and my family had some old family friends over at our house. We had been hanging out nearly all day. It was beginning to get around the time of sunset. Me and my friend, which I'll refer to as Adam, went on a walk down to the ponds in my neighborhood. Stayed there for what I remember being about 30 or 45 minutes. Just enough time for it to become dark enough to see the stars. At this point, we began the short walk back to my house, and I notice a star in the sky which appears to be moving. I tell Adam this, and he says that he too can see it. At this point, we're standing at the end of my driveway looking up at the sky. We watched the quote-unquote star for roughly 5 minutes when we noticed 2 other stars, all of which are moving toward each other around the same speed. Now this is where it begins to get really weird. Adam pulls out his phone and attempts to record it, but it ends up being too dimly lit for his phone's camera to see it, sadly. Nearly immediately after Adam had put his phone away, all the stars had stopped and a blank patch of sky devoid of all other light and stars, and formed a large triangle. The stars then began moving as one unit and turning clockwise in the sky. They remained in this formation and movement for nearly 5 minutes before stopping, then proceeded to move at a speed which I've never seen before, away from each other and disappearing into the night. Both me and Adam were both visibly shook up. Based on the reaction of the people at home when we tried to explain what happened to them, they shrugged it off and, well, they just thought we didn't know what we saw. I know what I saw, so does Adam. Green Cove Springs has a history of military and government establishments and compounds, none of which are currently active. However, there's a significant amount of military infrastructure still in use as housing and places of business. Makes me wonder if this had something to do with that sort of test flight. The thing that follows me. A pitch-black humanoid figure wearing neat clothes and hair by the seams. I can't see detail beside the outline. He's about 6 feet tall. Not the only one to have seen it. First time was when I was like 5 or so. I saw the figure very clearly walking toward me down the hall at my grandmother's house interstate. And after I froze, I ran off and it disappeared. But I don't know if it's because I was a kid or what, but it gave me a very bad feeling. Then again, when I was about 12, I was looking out my back window into the paddock behind my house. The figure was walking horizontally to me, and then turned and continued walking, but toward me. Stared for a second with the same scared feeling and then went to run off. But after a couple of steps, I decided to stop and look back, and it was gone. Those are my 2 major experiences that I know wasn't just me seeing things because I watched it clearly. I've also found that my mother had seen it standing behind me while I was on the couch, and it promptly disappeared. Turns out my mom's old friend saw the same thing happen. A black human-like figure behind me and just disappear. This was on a separate occasion, and she didn't know about the possibility of it being something following me. So I'm not the only person to have seen the figure. It gives me a bad feeling, but that could just be because I'm seeing something or what. But my mom reckons it's this ghost named Gary that we've encountered when I was a newborn. And it was following me. Woke Mom up in time for my appointment, and I told her his name. But he was good, and this doesn't feel like it. I've had other occasions where I think it's around because I get the same feeling, scared and weirdly aware of what's around me. As I've gotten older and moved, it seems to be less apparent, but I still have occasions where I think it might just be me catching a glimpse or a feeling of his presence. One last visit from Uncle P. I don't know if, like me, you have a big family. My Nan had 8 children, and she herself had many siblings, one of which was my great Uncle P. Uncle P was my mom's favorite uncle, but now he was in his 90s, but happy and living life to the full still. I had met him as a child, of course, but living in different cities meant that I grew up and I heard a lot about him, but never actually saw him. Mom said that Uncle P always asked about me. He wasn't too bothered about the others because I think I was always fascinated by him. And when he called my mom, I would always butt in and say hi and ask after him. Sadly, recently he passed. But the months leading up to his sudden death, I had a heavy feeling. Me and Mom would talk about going to see him, but work and things would always get in the way. But I felt very strongly about needing to kind of meet him as an adult. So we made the trip. Previously, we had tried to meet up with him, but things always got in the way, like his illness or just last-minute cancellations. He opened the door and straight away pulled me in for a hug, saying that this would be the one that I've been waiting for. Spent the next few hours laughing and talking about his life and our joint interest for the paranormal. He told me many of his own stories and encounters, including the significance of white feathers. As I left, he had tears in his eyes and he said to me, "You were exactly as I hoped you would be and more." Wanted to show me an old picture he loved, but as he pulled it out from behind his dusty cabinet, a white feather floated down to the floor. We both laughed out in shock and amusement. A couple of months after, he had passed away due to sudden sepsis. So I was visiting my mom shortly after the death, and I was outside in the back garden having a smoke on my own. An overwhelming feeling came over me, like nostalgia. I felt happy but sad as Uncle Pete popped into my head. I went back inside and closed the door, but froze. And there it was, a white feather stuck to the door handle, the handle side that's actually inside the house. And let me tell you now, it was not there before I walked out, and trust me, I would have noticed. You couldn't miss it. My mom would never have stuck it there. The Redhead Man. I used to dance. We practiced in studio on the top floor of an old theater. I was about 12 years old, and it was me and my best friend at the time that would go every Saturday together. We arrived late one Saturday, usually at the bottom of the stairs. You pay, but there was no one there. We thought we must have been really late, so we run up to the 2 flights of the doors at the top that enters the cloakroom. But as we got there, we just saw darkness through the small windows. I peered in, seeing nothing but black, and looked back to my friend, who shrugged, but suddenly her eyes widened as she gazed upon my shoulder. I followed her gaze back to the window, where I locked my eyes onto a man. He had red, and his eyes were wide. Red hair, wide eyes, piercing green. He was somewhat see-through, like what I'd imagine a mirage in my mind would be like. I felt like I couldn't look away, but my logical brain took over, and I searched for a poster or something that he may have been reflecting from. There was nothing. I looked back, and he blinked. I heard the rush of frantic footsteps darting down the steps as I realized I had been left alone and my friend had escaped. I took one last look at the man who, at this point, I swear, had grown a smirk in the corner of his mouth. And that done it, I followed suit. My heart was trying to break out of my chest as I sped after my friend. We didn't stop running until we were outside in the light and warmth. I said to her, What did you see? And she said, "A man, I think." You see, it was different to looking through a window and seeing an actual person. This guy was faded. It was like a projection. We rang our parents from a payphone and asked them to come get us as soon as possible. We later found that the dance training was canceled that week, but we both didn't get the memo. We lost contact after a few years, but we still follow each other on social media. One night, my curiosity got the better of me, and I messaged her, just asking if she remembered what happened that day, or if it was just a cause of my childhood imagination. She confirmed that she still had the image of the redhead man burned into her memory. Every time I think about him, I feel a chill. I actually wish I would have stayed longer, but I shudder what would have happened if I had opened that door. The crying woman followed me home. Since I was 11, I used to hang out with my little sister, my childhood best friend, in this abandoned manor. Our parents didn't want us to go there because it said that the place is used for satanic rituals. I didn't believe in the existence of Satan and things like that, so we kept going to that manor. At 12, I started to feel depressed. Long story short, I was severely bullied and my parents were in continuous fights. I hated being home, and I started to go at the manor alone and just with Vicky, my female Doberman. That place started feeling like home, and I started to study there, to draw or simply relax while the dog explored the little wood that still surrounded the manor and the castle nearby. Before believing in the paranormal in that manor, I experienced things. Those two are the more interesting. In the manor's hall, there's a chair. Sometimes we sat down at the main entrance with the chair on the other side of the hall, and a moment later it would be near us. I never got scared, and knowing that, we weren't the only kids going there, I thought the chair was already near us and we were just used to seeing it at the other side of the room, so I just didn't acknowledge it sooner. Nothing paranormal, right? Even when we clearly saw the chair in one place and a moment later it'd be near us, I kept believing it was already there and we didn't see it, kind of thing. I often heard a woman crying. Being a skeptic, I used to think I was imagining it, but a few times they all heard it too. I always left the place with them because I was the older one. One was 3 years younger than me and my sister 6 years younger than me. Thought it was some, like a human stranger. I wanted them to be safe. Even alone, I heard the cry and my dog always tried to go toward the chair, waggling his tail and basically doing the same thing she used to do when I cried. I kept believing in the presence of a homeless or just weird woman, and I would just go home for safety. After a while, I just ignored the cry and stayed in the manor. I started to believe when I was 13 or 14 years old. I was at the manor with Vicky and I heard 3 knocks on the 3rd floor. The place is surrounded by trees, so I thought about some animal dropping something. There were a lot of squirrels and it was maybe a possible explanation. After a few minutes, 3 knocks on the 2nd floor nearer. Kept going like this and the knocks were coming toward me. My dog started growling aggressively. I know I should have run away, but I was curious and stayed there until the knocks were coming by my side. Only then I ran away, and after doing my research and learning that the 3 knocks mean that a demon is being disrespectful toward the Holy Trinity, well, even as an atheist, I didn't go to the manor for almost a year. After that day, I started to notice more things. Weird noises. Objects moving 90% of the time. I explained it logically, but I was unable to rationalize the things that started to happen when I was 15. I just restarted going to the manor. Always with someone and never inside the manor now. So me and my 2 friends started to see something weird in my garden. It was like a black human silhouette. My father saw that too. I stopped my visits to the manor once again when I saw that figure in my home. Sulfur smell in the bedrooms. Something knocked inside my sister's side of her wardrobe, giving her nightmares. We share a room to this day, and she said the noises stopped when I was away from home. Now something knocked over my clothes and knocks inside my side of the wardrobe. We do have 13 cats, but every time I heard something, I never find a cat inside the wardrobe. Me and other people saw a young woman crying at the window of the manor before vanishing into thin air. Something chased me the first and only time I visited manor alone at 18 years old. I once created a story of that manor. I always felt a female presence. I call her Elise. Always near that chair, and a male presence. I call him Lord in one room. So I wrote a story about a young woman who was married to a traveler. They loved each other so much that she killed herself when he was murdered while traveling to Germany. My mother told me that it's what happened to a couple that lived in the manor decades ago. Never heard that story before. My friend James saw the crying woman while visiting the manor with friends. They begged me to come there because I know the place like the back of my hand. And I found them scared as hell. I told them not to enter Lord's room. One of them never listened. I'm able to enter the room without problems, but strangers always feel bad or sick. This guy vomited and had a bad fever shortly after being in the room. I started feeling really affectionate toward the crying woman. I feel like crying whenever I think about her. My sister said to me this morning that she saw a woman sitting on my bed. I never told her that I feel someone sitting on my bed at night because I always thought I was imagining it. I don't know what to do, people. I don't know what logical explanation I could give for those things and what to do in general. I feel like I should help Elise and my friend Jane. She's a sensitive and a green witch. Said to me that the tarot say that there's a ghost who needs company. Do you have any advice? Some logical explanation? Should I believe? Paranormal activity in my house during middle school. Some background information about my house. My house currently is over 100 years old. As a kid, I was also so scared and afraid of the dark. I scared easily, and usually when I'm home alone, I would leave on all the lights and leave on the TV so I don't feel alone and scared. I'm not 100% sure if someone's dialed in the house, but whenever I was alone, or at night especially, I always had a feeling like I was being watched, like someone was staring at me. This event took place in middle school for me. I was up late because I was the type of kid that never does his homework when he gets home, always waits till the last minute. And that is usually past my bedtime, which is 10 p.m., but this time I had an essay due in the morning, so I was up working on my essay that I needed to hand in that next day. My mom recently just went to bed, and the rest of my family been in bed since 10 p.m., and it's only me on the dining room table working on the essay, just a little past midnight. Could be closer to 1, but I'm not 100% sure. As I'm working on my essay, I start to hear a little rattling noise coming from the backyard door. It seems like it was the doorknob. Someone or something was playing with the doorknob and making it rattle. I was very scared, but this essay was more important. I had to get it done, so I just continued to write my essay. As the sound starts to crescendo slowly and get ever so louder, I start to panic a little and go check it out. Not fully check it out, but just enough to see the door and see what's making the sound. A little layout of my house so you can understand how I was positioned. From the dining room table where I was sitting in the kitchen, the sink was about 8 feet away. The kitchen was almost like a small hallway with an island counter and shelves on one side, and the other side was like a sink and a fridge and a stove and a little kitchen counter. Down the end of the hallway is where my backyard door was. I just peeped my head just opposite the kitchen sink and at the end of the island counter where I could have a good view of the back door. And from what I could see, the doorknob wasn't moving at all from what I could see, but possibly the outside doorknob. Because I knew the sound of the doorknob moving, someone or something was shaking or rattling the doorknob from the outside. I left it alone, still scared at this point. I go back to working on my essay. The rattling and shaking of the doorknob is not stopping, and slowly getting louder as I continue to work. Maybe about 5 minutes since I started hearing the doorknob shaking, and I'm really scared at this point. So I decided to go to bed and wake up early tomorrow and work on my essay. So I turned off the lights, went straight to bed. A mere 5 minutes has probably passed since I turned the lights and went to bed, and I'm laying in bed thinking about what just happened, and I need to write the next essay. I realized I didn't hear the doorknob rattling anymore. It suddenly stopped. So I decided to get back up, because I had to finish this essay and I'm wide awake still. So I turned on the light and continued to work on my essay, and not even a minute's passed since I turned the light on that the doorknob's shaking very intensely and violently all of a sudden. The loudest I'd ever heard it. That was this night. I was even more scared and turned off the lights and went straight to bed. She was left to die. I live in the UK and come from a town that was first settled by Romans. For context, it's a very historical area. When I was a child, I lived in a house built in the early 1800s. The whole street was built to the house of fishermen of the time. Before that, I understand it was farmland. It was from 4 years of age I would start getting these dreams of someone in a wheelchair, deformed and tormenting me. It was a nightly occurrence and made me cry and shriek for my brother. It soon ended after a couple of years. However, this is when I started to see things while I was awake. One of them really did make me freeze every time without fail. It started when I was lying in my bottom bunk bed and I'd turn over and look to see the other side of the room. 2 cat heads fighting to get past each other near a bookshelf. This happened often and I'd shrug it off eventually. But one night I'll never forget the first time I saw the lady lying on my bedroom floor right next to the same bookshelf, absolutely motionless. No movement, nothing. I was too scared to move the first few times I encountered her. I eventually plucked the courage to stand up and properly look. She looked weathered, wearing a drab and beaten-looking dress and a robe and hair wild and untamed. I could make out much of the face, but it looked just empty. I would turn on the light and she would be gone. The moment I turned it back off, I would see her lying on the floor there right next to the bookshelf again. The most frightening night was when I awoke to see her lying there in an unusual spot, accompanied by some unnatural noises and a fatigued breathing sound I will never forget. It was as if she was trying to breathe with liquid iron in her lungs. I never screamed so hard and cried at the same time in my life. My mother said I was being ridiculous the entire time, but my brother saw the sincerity in my eyes. So fast forward when I'm older and we're moving house. My mom gets a local surveyor to come to the property. Anyway, he came up to my room while I was boxing up and started chatting. I then joked about how I would see that lady and sometimes the cat near the bookshelf. He then joked, "Oh, you do realize there's a fireplace built in the wall where your bookcase is, right?" I said, "Okay, and?" He looked at me a bit dumbfounded for a bit and changed the subject. I then asked why he mentioned the fireplace, and he stopped. He told me not to be alarmed and not to take it to heart, and even said he doesn't believe in ghosts or anything, but continued that in the late 1800s someone in the house on the street had locked up a relative. Very vague on this part because I can't quite remember the conversation due to the sheer fright and fear going through me at that time, but in their room, this is what happened. Left them to starve after they went mad. Allegedly, the woman lit the fire and died from smoke inhalation. Apparently, someone in a wheelchair had died in the house prior to us moving in as well. I have no clue if any of that was true. I could only find a few references in local papers from archives about obituaries in the area, but nothing about causes of death. But it's just always been in my head, and coming on this thread really brought it back up. Dreamt of a boy I had never met, and then saw him on a missing poster the next day. So I was driving up north with my mom to visit grandparents. It's a 2-day trip, so we stop in a motel. Nothing was out of the ordinary, and the motel was pretty nice for such a remote area. Went to sleep and dreamed I was at my grandparents' house, and that it was haunted. Before this, I had recurring dreams where one specific room of their house was haunted. I had never dreamt of an entity in particular. I just saw things move on their own and had blankets ripped off me and heard unintelligible whispering until I woke up. This dream was different. It was the same room and it started off just as terrifying as the others. Then I discovered that the entity was a teenage boy who had been murdered. I'm a teenage girl, and we sat in the room and spoke just like any two teenagers would. At one point in the dream, I went down to get a drink, and when I came back in the room, the door slammed behind me. I jumped and screamed a little, but he was standing in front of the door laughing. I told him to cut it out. It was just so normal, like I was talking to a friend from school or something. But I had never seen this kid before in my life. By the end of the dream, we were quite familiar with each other, and he confided how lonely he had been since he had died, how he missed his friends and worried about them. Now he couldn't tell them what happened to him, or what death was like. I did my best to comfort him and asked if he could show me where he died. I said okay. He touched my head, and I saw him laying in a pile of trash or recycling, blood on his face and blood accumulating around his head, his clothes dirty and his eyes blank. It only lasted a couple of seconds, so when I came to, I just looked at him and didn't say anything. Took his hand in mine, and we just sat there on the bed looking at ourselves in the old vanity mirror. Then I woke up. I get a lot of weird and vivid dreams, so I wasn't on edge when I woke up. I just didn't even mention it to my mom. We got back on the road, and I started playing video games again. Then we pulled into a rest stop in the middle of the forest. At this point, we were pretty far from the town that we had slept in, and the next town was where my grandparents lived. The only other people who lived around there lived in Indian reserves, and you couldn't hide a person there. Way too small. Get out of the car to stretch my legs, and while I'm walking to the bathroom, I see a couple of missing posters taped to a trash bin. And there he is, Roughly the same age, same hair, same clothes, same fucking name. When we get back into the car, I told my mom and she believed me, yet wasn't surprised in the slightest. She had always believed strongly in the paranormal and had told me lots of stories from her life. Once her house had been robbed when she was a young girl, and as soon as she walked in, she went upstairs straight to where the robber had left his watch. My mom also does this thing where every month or so she'll stop whatever we're doing, cover her eyes and her hands, and tell me she dreamt the moment we're in right now. She told me in the car that every woman in her family had a strange thing like this happen, and it usually comes in like teenagerhood. I don't know if I really believe her. I mean, I believe what's happened to her and my grandma and all my aunts, but I don't know. I don't think it would actually happen to me. I've recently asked her about a dream I had when I was around 3 or 4, and she told me it wasn't a dream, that it actually happened. Then I asked my sister separately, and she told me the same thing. Sitting on my sister's bed, and she was holding a stack of Go Fish cards face down, and I was guessing what they were, and every time I got it right before she flipped them over. My mom was sitting in a chair watching us. She was very calm, and that's why I thought it was a dream. Also, you know, that shit's impossible, but considering what my mom said, it makes sense she wouldn't be surprised. My childhood home. My parents bought this house in the late 80s with one previous owner who bought it when it was new. I do not know of any deaths, murders, or issues with the property. It's like a 1,000-square-foot home with a basement. It's the size of the entire house. When you walk in the front door, you're in the living room and you can see directly into the kitchen. To the right of the entrance of the kitchen, there's a hallway that has 3 bedrooms and 1 small bathroom at the end. If you walk through the kitchen on the very back left side, there's a basement door. These details will help when trying to picture these stories. Story 1. When I was around 8 years old, our neighbor's daughter would watch us on occasion. We'll call her Kelly. She was 16 or 17 at the time, and I have a younger brother who's 3 years younger than me. We were all in the living room playing hide and seek when we hear it's ringing coming from the basement. The ringing sounded like a phone. It was like one of those old phones that make a ton of noise and had a rotary dial. I asked my mom, and she said later that we didn't own one. There's definitely not a phone in the basement, so I hear this ringing and Kelly decides to go check and see what it is. She goes back, opens the basement door, and it stops completely. She brushes it off and comes back. About 30 minutes later, we hear the ringing again. We listened to it for 5 minutes or so to make sure we weren't nuts. She went to the basement door, again, bless her, and it stopped as soon as she opened the door. She started to panic a little but tried to play it off to not scare us. It started ringing again after like 20 minutes and lasted for about 10 because she didn't go back to the door to see what it was. Story 2. I was in my bedroom playing games late at night when I was like 14. I was the kid that stayed up all night during the summer and slept all day. It was probably 4 a.m. or so. I decided I was thirsty, went into the kitchen for some water. It was pitch black because I didn't want to wake my family. Our bedrooms are all grouped together. I go down the hallway and make the right into the kitchen, and all of a sudden I smell this strong baby powder smell. It was like someone had dumped it on me. Paused for a second to be sure I wasn't imagining it. I then took a step back and couldn't smell it at all. I then took the step forward again, and the smell hit me so hard it scared me to death. The next morning I asked my mom if anybody had ever smelled like baby powder. She said my great-grandmother always smelled like it. Her words. Like she had poured it on herself every morning. Really freaky. Story 3. This one was the most intense of all experiences I have ever had. I was a little older, 17 or so this time. I was alone at home, and some background info. We had an air hockey table that had a broken on-off switch, so in order to use it, you had to plug it in manually every time. My mom was very particular about the air hockey table looking neat when we were done, so we put all the pucks on the end neatly. There's a vent in the bathroom that leads directly to the basement, so you can hear everything. Anyways, I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth when I hear the clack, clack, clack of the pucks hitting the side of the table and the air running on it. It was pretty loud when it was on, and I was like, huh? Went to the basement door to look down, and you could see directly to the table from the top of the steps, and it was on, plugged in, and pucks were all over the place. Called out to my brother, who didn't answer because I was alone, thinking maybe he came home early. No response. Thought maybe he left it on and went downstairs to fix it. Well, I unplugged it, wrapped the cord around the leg, and placed the pucks back because my mom would have been upset. I go back upstairs and mind my own business for like an hour when I have to use the restroom. Go in there, sit, hear the table going through the vent again. I could hear clearly that the pucks were moving. I will never forget that. Now I'm pretty freaked. Slink back to the basement door and open it, flip the light on, and the table's plugged in and running. Everything's out of place again. Bro, I go down again. Stupid, what's wrong with me? And I fix it all. Come back up, go to my room for like 10 minutes, go to use the bathroom and see if I could hear it, and it's going again. Did not go back there until the next day. Got in trouble for leaving it on all night, too. Three restaurant sightings I've been a part of. I had something like that happen once. I was working in a restaurant that specialized in noodles, and I was on lunch. We had just finished lunch rush and had just gotten everything ready for dinner. It's like 2:30 p.m. and I was sitting at the bar, facing the front, eating lunch. Cook came over and sat with me. About 10 minutes later, as both of us were sitting there, my boss comes running from the back of the restaurant out of where we were eating. She went through the dining room and then came over to the cook and I. She asks where all the customers are at. Both looked at each other and said, "No one's been in for 20 minutes. She then says to us, "I was working at the desk and looked out the window, but I noticed a customer standing in front of the register. Figured you took care of them, but looked back at the screen 5 minutes later and the customer is still standing there. That is when I came out to look for the customer and just ream you two out, but the customer's gone." We once again told her no one's been in for 20 minutes. We would also get customers reporting they saw a small child out of the corner of their eye, would run into the ladies' room unsupervised. The customer would then get up and go look for the kid, and the kid was never there. This happened at least twice a week at all different times. Last one. Sorry for such a long post. The street in front of the restaurant was getting revamped at night. Repaved, excuse me. So there was a construction crew outside from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. After about a week of construction, a crew member came to the restaurant to ask what our hours are. I told him 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday to Thursday and 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Friday and Saturday night. He said that's what I thought. But do you have people at like 2 a.m.? I said we shouldn't. He was sure he noticed them twice last week. I asked the gentleman if he could wait for 5 minutes as I went back to check the security tape. Lo and behold, no one's on the tape at 2 a.m. Showed the gentleman the tape after he watched it. He threw the sign of a cross and ran out of the restaurant. Sorry guys, I'm super tired. I used to think all pets could see spirits, but I found out last weekend that I was wrong. I'm sensitive to spirits and can often see them. It scares me when they're around, even though much of the time they're just hanging out. I've had some experiences that have gone further than that. We own a house that was built in 1865 that was a church parsonage. We have two spirits that live here. A young woman with long dark hair and a white gown that we often forget is here. I actually haven't seen her for years, though my daughter's seen her often. The other spirit is not a nice one. He lives in my computer room. He won't allow anyone to sleep in that room. On occasions I've tried, and he'll either nudge me awake every half hour or he'll induce nightmares. One time he appeared to me with a very angry, twisted face and screamed, "Get out!" There was one night that frightened me so bad I haven't tried to even nap in that room since. I was sleeping and the spirit grabbed what I can only assume was my soul, shoved me into the corner of the room. He started applying pressure to every part of my body. I was struggling to breathe or speak. Every time I tried to say something, he'd apply more pressure. It was really starting to hurt. As I struggled against him, he applied more pressure, and I pictured my mother. Wanted to call out to her. No matter how much effort it took, I opened my mouth and I managed to squeak out, "Grandma." That wasn't what I wanted to say, but it's what came out. The moment I said the last syllable, I was wide awake on the bed, gasping for breath, my lungs and body hurting. I left the room and didn't go back in there. I believe my grandmother, who died 8 years ago, saved me. I know some may say I was sleeping or having a nightmare or sleep paralysis or whatever, but I know otherwise because of the other experiences that I've had with the spirit. I've seen him several times when I've been wide awake and just working on my computer. Even my children have seen him. This isn't what this thread is about, though. I used to think all pets, especially cats, could see spirits. This past weekend, I learned only of my 5 cats can see them. Only one of them, and his name is Marley. I work night shift, and he's often in the living room with me. Sometimes he'll stop whatever he's doing to stare intently at something. Sometimes it's a bug. I can tell because his eyes will dart all over the place. But when he stares at one spot without moving, I know it's a spirit. I typically don't worry about it too much, and I don't open up my awareness to them because I don't want to know that they're really there. But this past weekend was one that freaked me out because my cat was scared. He was doing that staring thing, but his tail was puffed up 4 times its normal size. Thought he was looking at a moving paper or something in my husband's computer room, so I closed the door. My cat didn't stop, and he was still staring at the same spot in front of my husband's computer room. I shared videos of it with a friend who told me to pick him up and bring him to where he was looking. When I tried that, the cat hissed and clawed me to get down. That was very out of character for him. He continued to stare in that one spot. Then whatever he was looking at must have moved down the hall. I wanted to know what was there, so I shielded myself and reached out for my awareness, and I saw a tall, pale man in a black trench coat standing in front of the entrance of our home at the end of the hall, unmoving and just watching me. Half of me thinks it's my imagination, but the other half knows better. My friend told me I should ask him to leave. I just wanted to leave it alone and let it be on its way in its own time, but my cat was becoming increasingly agitated, tail puffed up and now the fur on his back standing up. He kept staring at it. I decided, fine, I'll ask it to leave. Feeling silly because I didn't really believe that there was a spirit there. So I made a big show of telling it that it doesn't belong here and this is my home and he needs to leave. I was walking down the hall as I said that, practically laughing at myself for being so silly. When I got to the final part about him needing to leave, I reached the spot where I saw that he was standing and pointed out the door. It felt like I walked into a cold cloud. I heard a buzzing noise in my ears, pressure on my head, and static electricity that caused the hair all along my neck and back of it to stand up. Very freaky feeling. Then I saw this spirit turn into a black cloud and go out the door. Almost immediately, my cat calmed down. He glanced at that spot a couple of times at first, but he was more interested in being pet, playing with a box, or just laying down for a nap. I knew the spirit was gone. I had at least 2 other cats and my chihuahua in the room, and none of them reacted to the spirit or gave any indication of seeing it. So much for taking comfort in my pets alerting me when something's around. Well, I shared this story with my mom and husband the next day. My 16-year-old daughter got really excited and said, "You finally saw him. I've been seeing him on and off since I was 9. That's when I recalled my daughter wanting to sleep with the light on and wanting to sleep with us because she was seeing this spirit standing in her room, watching her sleep. Long-distance night flight. I had a very strange dream one night when I was living in Colorado. In the dream, I was sitting on my bed home in Guam. I was humming and reading a book to myself, something I do almost every day. After a few minutes, I decided that I wanted to go to my parents' room. Got off the bed, walked across the end of the hallway with heavy footsteps to my parents' bedroom door. As usual, the door was closed. I wrapped my right hand around the door and tried to turn it. It was locked. For some reason, I really wanted to enter their room. I turned the doorknob back and forth, but it wouldn't budge. My stubborn dream self was not accepting that door was locked. Placed my left hand over my right hand and shook the door with all my strength. It still didn't open. Gave up after a few seconds, released my tight grip from the doorknob and clumsily walked down the hallway toward the kitchen. I don't remember ever reaching the kitchen before waking up. I looked at my alarm clock and it was 5 a.m. and I went back to sleep. I was on the phone with my parents the following evening, Colorado time. They told me about a strange experience that they had the night before in Guam time. They were watching TV. The air conditioner was on in their bedroom, so they made sure to close the door. My mom quickly muted the TV as she heard a strange noise coming from my bedroom. My parents are empty nesters, so there should not be anyone in the house but them. Then they heard heavy footsteps walk out of my bedroom across the hallway and toward their door. The doorknob began to slowly turn on its own. There was a brief pause before it turned again, a few more times. All of a sudden, the door began to shake violently. The shaking ceased after several seconds. The heavy footsteps moved from the other side of their door down the hall and toward the kitchen. "When did this happen?" I asked as my heart began to race and my breath became shallow. "This was around 10 last night," my mom replied. 10 p.m. in Guam would have been 5 a.m. in Colorado. Not a ghost story, but definitely supernatural. For a span of 18 months from March 2012 to September 2013, I would experience a disturbing, reoccurring dream almost every night. I would either have this dream or no memorable dream at all. The brief event and surrounding ideals and details that the dream were always exactly the same without any variation. 7 years later, I can still recall this dream as if I had just awoken from it. In the dream, I'm sitting in the driver's seat of a vehicle, looking through the eyes of a tall driver. I know I'm not the driver because I look down and to the right and see myself sitting in the front passenger seat, talking and laughing. The conversation and laughter in the dream are muffled and distant, like voices underwater. Through the eyes of the driver, I look past myself in the passenger seat, through the passenger window, and see a mass approaching at high velocity. The color and shape of the mass are indeterminate, shifting and flowing like a spectrum of light and space that my mind can't comprehend. The mass is quickly becoming larger and larger. Suddenly and violently, the mass collides with the front passenger side of the vehicle. This immense kinetic energy surges through my body as if convulsions of a massive earthquake have been condensed into a single moment, encasing me and penetrating me. Glass implodes from multiple directions like a bomb. This barrier constructed for protection transforms into a sea of shrapnel, sending thousands of tiny sharp teeth to bite and tear and rip and stab at every inch of my skin. The metal frame of the vehicle begins to collapse and rotate, as if it's nothing more than paper to be crumbled and tossed away. The space around me is becoming smaller and whirling faster like the motion of an endless roller coaster. My eyes never close and I never look away from the passenger seat. I see myself lurch forward as if I weigh less than air. My face collides with the dashboard, the airbag never deploys, and I wake up. For 18 months I have this dream. For 18 months I become more stressed and more anxious. I see the dream when I sleep. I see the dream when I'm awake. I could not be in the front passenger seat of any vehicle without feeling my blood pressure rise. It gets to the point where I'm even scared to fall asleep for fear of seeing the event of the dream. In September 2013, I have the dream for the last time. 1 day passes. 1 week passes. 1 month passes. I still don't have the dream. I don't even question this because I'm so happy to be able to sleep again and not feel fear any time I'm in a vehicle. I feel that that long, strange, and terrible period is finally past me. 2 months later, on a beautiful day in November of 2013, I'm working at a visitor center in the National Wildlife Refuge where I had been employed for a little over 2 years. It's a slow day at work and not many people are coming into the building. The tropical beach is far more interesting than our display murals and informational plaques. I take advantage of the slowness and spend my time reading. Mid-morning arrives and I hear the chime at the front door ring as soft footsteps enter the visitor center. I look up from my book and see a young couple who seem to be in their early and mid-30s. I greet them, but they don't really notice me in the distance. Return my gaze to my book as their attention is drawn to one of our murals and plaques. Some time passes before I hear a soft feminine voice politely say, "Excuse me," from the opposite side of the counter. "Yes?" I respond and look up with a smile to meet the eyes of the young woman. But as soon as I face her, her expression very quickly changes from inquiry to shock. She immediately turns to walk away. Without saying another word, she walks from the counter to the wall about 5 meters away. Her husband, presumably sensing her discomfort, walks up and puts his arm around her shoulders, and they talk in whispers I can't hear. She's visibly upset about something. I think this is very strange at first, but ultimately it's none of my business. I look away from them so that way they don't feel judged or observed. Many minutes pass, and the woman returns to the counter. Her face is a bit puffy and her eyes are a little red. She takes a quick deep breath and proceeds to ask me about the free cave tours available to visitors of the refuge. Without hesitation, I begin to describe the tour. About 2 minutes pass and she breaks down into full tears. She's crying heavily as her husband rushes back to her side. "So sorry, was it something I said?" That's all I could think of to say at that moment. She wipes her face with the tissues I hand her before taking a breath and speaking again, and she apologizes. I reassure her that there's nothing to apologize for. What she shares with me is something that will stick with me for the rest of my life. She attended university in Australia and lived there for 10 years. In her decade there, her best friend, a woman who became her sister, looked and spoke exactly like me. She was my complete doppelganger. 2 months earlier in September of 2013, her best friend was involved in a major car accident. Another driver had hit her friend's side of the vehicle. The airbag never deployed and she died instantly. The airbag never deployed. My heart begins to race and every ounce of air seems to be empty from my lungs. After some time and comfort from her husband, the woman asks if we can go on the cave tour. "Of course," I respond. We go on our tour and return to the visitor center over an hour later. The woman tells me of their plans for the rest of their trip. After a brief silence, she reaches out and gives me a deep hug. "Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye," she keeps repeating slowly in a soft, forlorn whisper as she holds me in a warm embrace. I'm not the hugging type of person, but I realize that it's not me she's reaching out for, so I let her stay there for as long as she needs, returning her hug. After a while, she lets go. She doesn't look at my face as she turns away and walks away, and the woman and her husband take each other's hand and walk out the door. I never saw them again. Welcome to Paranormal M, the realm of the unknown and the extraordinary. Brace yourself for a collection of spine-chilling and captivating tales that'll keep you up at night. Be sure to subscribe, turn on notifications to become a part of our paranormal journey, and to never miss a moment of the inexplicable. When a girl and her dog saw a girl and her dog. Growing up, I was the only girl in a pack of neighborhood boys. My family lived on the East Coast, so there were plenty of trees for the boys and I to play in. We made forts, played hide and seek, had miles upon miles of woods to explore. My parents got me a puppy when I was 7, and by the time I was 9, the family dog was 65 pounds and enough of a deterrent that strangers wouldn't approach me. My parents made sure Taz was ridiculously well trained. He healed, had an excellent recall, barked and stopped barking on command. And he had a very terrifying growl that scared people from getting too close. He'd stay with me off leash, only bolting if I gave him permission to chase a deer or squirrel, or occasionally have him chase one of my friends. I had to take Taz with me every time I went out. There was a grove of trees behind one of my best friend's house that was very long and maybe like a quarter-mile thick. Houses surrounded it on every side, but you could get so deep into it that you couldn't see any houses. We played in there often, as it got close enough to home that we could pretty much scamper back home before dark and not get into any trouble. On this particular day, we decided to play hide and seek. The boys made Taz and me seek first, and we found them ridiculously fast. After we were done, I decided that we should hide in a special place. A few weeks before, one of the older boys, they had told us never to go in one spot of the bushes and tall grass. We asked why, but they muttered about poison ivy and snakes, and we didn't think to ask further. I had an immunity to poison ivy, and I knew Taz would warn me if there were any snakes nearby, so we went for it. The forbidden spot would be the best hiding place because nobody would think to go there. The forbidden spot was pretty much a 50-foot circle of space. There was a sidewalk to my left and the forest to my right. So I made sure to hide Taz and myself well enough that nobody could see us from either side. I put Taz in a down and stayed and waited for my friend to admit that he couldn't find us in this best of hiding spots. 2 minutes in, Taz starts growling. Thinking he sees a stranger, I peek toward the sidewalk and quietly order him to hush. Nobody's at the sidewalk. I start to look right, thinking somebody might be sneaking up behind us. Nope. Right in front of us on the other side of the bush is another girl and another dog. I peek through the branches and see that she looks like pretty much every girl from every horror movie. Long black hair, but with bangs, so I can see her glowing red eyes. I can't focus on her face because of those eyes. They're somehow slightly misty or fuzzy, making it hard for me to see a pupil. I barely even notice her off-white dress. Her dog is gigantic, at least the size of a wolf, long and skinny with the same glowing red eyes as her. The dog looked like a very buff, bald Labrador. In the few seconds when I stared, the girl took another step forward. Taz was done hushing. He growled as loudly as he could and tried to dart at her. I grabbed Taz's collar, not wanting him to fight with the gigantic dog that could have ripped him to pieces. Neither the girl nor the dog seemed frightened by Taz. They turned around and walked nonchalantly back toward the sidewalk. Taz ripped free of her slip-on collar and chased after them, breaking free of the tree line. I followed Taz and looked all around, but nobody was there. It had only been a second since they'd left. We were in a neighborhood, so the way they went only led to sidewalks, townhomes, and manicured grass. Taz had stopped growling and had his nose to the ground, running in a wide circle to try to pick up on their scent again. Taz couldn't seem to find anything because he returned to my side. I looked everywhere, but couldn't see the red-eyed girl or her dog. We went back into the trees and ran promptly into one of the boys. "Found you first." Creaking floor ghosts. Back in 2011, our family moved from my childhood village to a nearby town called Buchberg. We moved into a half-timbered house from about the 16th century, maybe late 15th. It was a listed building. My mother had just taken over a restaurant and was always very stressed at this point. I was 12 years old and had to grow up very early because my mom had to be able to pretty much rely on me for everything when she had to take care of the restaurant. Me and my sister's room were outside my parents' apartment and had real front doors, so to speak. As it was such an old building, the floor consisted almost entirely of wooden floorboards, which in isolated places creaked quite thickly when you stepped on them. One of these places was right at the entrance to my room, maybe 2 or 3 steps away from the door, which was also one of the loudest places you could step on. But these spots only creaked when there was weight on it, so it wasn't enough that if I threw like a shirt there or something, it would creak. After living there for about half a year, I woke up to the first time through the creaking of the floorboards in the middle of the night, which I couldn't really understand at this point since I only woke up. Since I couldn't find an explanation, I dismissed it as a normal sound made by the wood and went back to sleep with a queasy feeling. For weeks, nothing happened until I woke up again to this squeaking. This time, not as sleepy as the last time, I quickly realized that this was not normal. So violent and loud, as if someone were standing on a squeaky spot and his weight was just relicate there. Thought I was going completely crazy and no longer trusted my perception after the floorboards didn't stop creaking after more than a minute. I couldn't take it anymore and ran over to my mother's bedroom and just told her, crying, what was going on. My mother still believes that I dreamed it. And so the squeak happened every now and then, and over time I gradually lost the fear of it. It was about 8, maybe 9 months since the first incident when some new things were gradually added, such as doors that opened and closed themselves, one of the taps that suddenly ran in the middle of the night, and our cats that just started in the air and just hissing and growling. Over the time that we'd lived there, my entire gut feeling became increasingly uncomfortable. More and more often, I had the feeling that I wasn't alone. It almost felt as if I had someone sitting on my shoulder, someone who was there with me no matter where and whenever it was. It was almost overwhelming. And then there was one night after which I couldn't sleep in my room for 3 weeks or so. I was in my bed just before falling asleep in the evening when that stupid squeaking of the floorboards started again. In the meantime, more annoyed than fearful, I pressed my pillow into my ears in the hope that it would soon stop. As always, this time it was different. It didn't stop after 2 or 3 minutes as usual, but went on for almost 15 minutes and slowly got louder and more intense until I just looked, and what I saw gave me a heart attack. I could literally feel a shockwave go through my whole body together with goosebumps. I was so scared that I almost vomited. I saw someone standing at the foot of my bed almost 5 feet away, staring at me. Because of the shock, I was frozen. I stared back for what felt like 5 seconds. In these fractional moments, I could see what was there. It looked like an old woman in a long shirt and curly hair. This expression on her face. It looked disappointed and almost a little angry. But as I saw and realized all these facts, she was gone again. I slept on her couch for the next few weeks. My mother didn't really believe all this. It seemed to me like I was the only one who noticed all these strange things, to be frank. I think it was anywhere from a month to 3 months after the night that I saw this woman. At that point, I just turned 14. I came home from the cinema where I watched the second part of the Hobbit series with buddies. Later that evening, I was lying in my bed thinking about the film and what happened in it, when from 1 second to the other, the floorboards began to creak again. That was the first time after the incident with the old woman that it squealed again, and a fear rose up in time that I've never felt before. I'd hoped so much that the noises would stop right away, but I thought wrong. It was just like the last time, only this time I didn't dare to look what made me, well, just didn't dare to look for about a half an hour. When I was lying there and the noises didn't stop, a feeling came in me that told me it won't stop until you look. I just wanted it to stop, so after a while I gave in to that feeling and I looked. As shocked as the first time, I see another person standing there. But this time a little different from the old woman. It's a man in his mid-30s with old clothes, a helmet and a broken lamp and a dirty face. Like the old woman, he just stands there and stares at me for a few seconds with the same look as the woman before he disappears. Fortunately for me, we moved out a few weeks later anyway, which is how all these things ended. Since then, nothing has ever happened to me in, well, this area or this direction, you could say. I myself never believed in such things and even made fun of people who said something like these, but I don't tell anybody about it. Nobody believes me and everybody thinks I'm crazy if I do it. To this day, I can't categorize it properly, and I'm sure that I have kind of a little bit of a trauma from it. But I'm also very sure of one thing, and that is that ghosts are real, and there are ghosts. Shocked, tased feeling. Alright, so I don't talk about this super often, only to close friends. I don't even really like bringing it up much, and honestly, while typing this, I feel like somebody is behind me looking over my shoulder, and it's freaking me out a little. But I've always been curious. So when I was a kid, probably like 9 or 10, my aunt moved into a small trailer that my grandma's cousin and her husband owned. They had a good bit of land and were avid hunters, so they put this trailer on their land and put their hunters' friends to stay whenever they visit. Only people that ever stayed there were random hunters and my aunt. One night, me and my mom and my siblings stayed the night with my aunt. I remember that night pretty clearly. My aunt decided to rent the movie Shallow Hal, and I was stoked to watch it. I enjoyed the evening with my family, and about halfway through the movie, I get this eerie feeling like someone's watching me. I look to my left, out the window. I see the face and upper body of a tall, lanky, semi-transparent old man staring in at me. Dude did not look happy at all. I instantly felt my blood run cold and my heart beat the fastest and hardest it's ever beaten in my entire life. I was so shocked all I could do was look back to the TV as quickly as I could and try to pretend like nothing happened. I couldn't even find the courage to speak and tell everybody what I'd just seen. Later that night, everybody's getting ready for bed. And I'm definitely not looking forward to it. My younger siblings sleep in the next room, my mom and aunt in my aunt's room, and I sleep in the living room couch alone. My aunt had a dog that stayed outside, and she barked all night long. Honestly, this was a little out of character for her because she was always a pretty chill dog, never really barking unless a car pulled up. Fair. Between the dog barking like crazy and the mini heart attack I had earlier from seeing some spooky old ghost man, I didn't think I'd get to sleep. But eventually I passed out. This is the part that's always been mega weird to me. Woke up in the middle of the night, no longer on the couch, but laying on the floor to what felt like being electrocuted. I don't know, I felt what I imagined it would feel like to be tased. I couldn't move and wanted to scream, but nothing would come out. Absolutely terrifying. 100% thought I was going to die. The weirdest feeling ever. After a couple of minutes, I was able to get up and ran straight to my aunt's room, crying like a baby, of course. She said I was only having a nightmare, and I ended up sleeping on the floor next to her bed for the rest of the night. I guess I'm just curious if anybody else has ever felt this feeling, or if this is like a common thing. Is that what it feels like to be touched by a ghost? I don't know. I personally have never heard of anything like that I experienced. Now that I'm older, I've had that, well, maybe just coincidentally experiencing sleep paralysis for a bit and wasn't sure if it really was. Never had this happen to me again, though. Surely freaked me out and took me years to build up the courage, but eventually told my mom about all this when I was like 15. She told me she always had creepy feelings when she was in that trailer. My aunt only lived there for like a year after this happened. I asked if maybe somebody had died in that trailer, or on the property. My mom assured me that the trailer was new and had only been occupied by my aunt and my family's hunting pals. Also, apparently years earlier, some boy and his sister that lived right down the road and went to the same church as my aunt were fucking with a Ouija board. Apparently, the boy became possessed. But I don't have all the details, and I only remember bits and pieces of what my family told me happened. Ghost was not happy that we had a baby. In August of 2017, I was excited to buy a small house in Penetanguishene, Ontario. No idea how to say that. I had a good friend of mine move in to help with some bills throughout the rest of 2017. We only had a few cupboards in the kitchen. They had them open. It was something else, but we didn't really believe in the paranormal. 2018, throughout the beginning of it, was when things really began to become active. The kitchen would be slamming cupboards, closing doors, and we would never really, well, let's just say the stove was left on and turning. A claw mark on my thigh, and at one point I was able to watch what I thought was my roommate walk in from the kitchen to his bedroom. But he was never in the basement. He was always on his computer. In June of 2018, my roommate decided to move in with his girlfriend. So I thought it was time for mine to move in with me. She was obviously skeptical at first. In November, we found out we were having a baby, and over the 9 months of pregnancy, there was next to no activity, just cupboards left open again. August 2019, our baby's born. The second we walk through the front door, we hear the baby's room door slam shut. It slammed shut with such incredible force. Although the first year, life was, well, life with the activity. All we would do is hear voices. Well, mostly be through the sound machine in the baby's room, which shouldn't be possible. But constant slamming of things. Every picture we had hung had been taken off the wall. Lights flickering, the shower turning on, you name it. It got so bad that at one point we even considered bringing a priest. We're not even religious. I decided to make this post because just this morning, not even an hour ago, when my alarm went off, I was still dozy. It was at the fucking foot of my bed. And when I saw it, something came down hard on my bed like it slammed its hands down. Should I be scared for my baby's well-being? Should I try and expel the ghost somehow? I saw him again after 13 years. How to start off this story? I guess I'll go straight to what happens. It was a regular Saturday night and I was home with my older sister. She's 12. My mom's waiting on my dad to come home from work. Keep in mind, my dad worked very late as a welder, and it took him a little over an hour to go to and from work. However, it was passing 9 p.m. My dad would usually come home around 7:30. So my mom sends me and my older sister to bed. We shared a bunk bed during that time. So I turned on my Finding Nemo nightlight and headed to bed. I wake up randomly. I look at my nightstand, which has an old digital clock, and in dimly lit green numbers, I remember vividly seeing 1:52 a.m. Then as I look up toward the open bedroom door, I see a man who's wearing a baseball cap, fully dressed, and about the height and build of my dad. My room was lightly dimmed because of my nightlight, but I wasn't able to see any more details than that. Also, barely woke up, so my eyes were just adjusting. I immediately assume it's my dad coming back from work and checked up on me and my sister, like he always does. So I say in Spanish, "Dad, why are you coming home so late?" The shadow figure then walks into my parents' room, which is right next to our room. We lived in a small house. I found it odd that my dad didn't say anything to me, so I got up immediately and walked into the room. As I turn on their bedroom lights, my mom is in her nightgown, and my dad sleeping in his boxers. It wasn't even 5 seconds from the time that the shadow figure walked into the room. I was expecting to see my father standing and changing into his sleeping clothes. But nope, they were sound asleep. I wake up my parents. My dad goes around and checks the house to see if it was an intruder, but the house door was locked and we have gated windows, so no one could break in. They live in South LA. I slept in between them that night, and to end this already long story, a couple of days ago while visiting my parents and sleeping in my old room, I wake up to go pee. And as I head back to bed, I look at my phone. The time said 1:52 a.m. I get this sudden feeling of dreadfulness. And as I'm standing looking at my phone near the bed, I look back and there he is again, standing by the open door. His shadow figure just barely showing. Because of the stove light my mom forgot to turn off. Again, small house, kitchen is 10 feet from my room. I immediately go under the covers like I was 11 again and just go to sleep. I told my parents about this story and they just say I'm spiritual. Well, I've had a lot of other encounters. I might write about later, but this was one of the 2 experiences that impacted me the most. Demonic and angelic encounters. For context, my family is very Catholic. 3 generations. Grandmother, mother, me, all Catholics. My grandmother was a Eucharist minister and led several prayer groups before she got sick. My mom helps with the charity event in the parish. I was born into church life and was heavily involved as well. When I was a kid, about 4 years old, I used to have this swing set in my backyard. I was an only child and I was a busy single mom at the time. I closed my eyes and wished for somebody to push me high in the swings. I was taught that Jesus was the best friend that you could ask for. So I closed my eyes and asked him to play with me and push me on the swings. Next thing I know, I'm flying sky high, and it looks so blue and shiny almost. Definitely knew somebody was there with me, pushing me higher and higher on the swing set. Didn't feel scared. I had a lot of fun. I didn't look back. I don't know why. I just knew he was there. At the time, I didn't realize what had happened. It was so bizarre, but I then found out people don't actually see Jesus walking around or playing with them. They just thought it was cute when I said I played with Jesus. I don't think they realized what I was referring to, though. Sometime after that, I had a horrible nightmare. I screamed and my mom had to pray over me and just convince me that I was safe and to go back to bed. I don't remember the dream, though. I do remember, however, telling my grandma, which she replied with, "The devil comes in dreams to torment and scare us. I've had similar dreams too. Don't be afraid. They're more afraid of you." My mother just wrote it off as a typical nightmare, but those words that my grandmother told me really stuck to my 5-year-old brain. Fast forward 13 years. I'm getting ready for college, spending my last Holy Week home. I was preparing for a big move. I was nervous. I didn't know if I was doing the right thing. It was the Holy Thursday, and we were in Eucharist and adoration. That was about until midnight. I was in deep prayer, asking for guidance, lost track of time. Suddenly I felt a hand on my shoulder, big and strong and warm. Thought it may be my mom or somebody else showing me their support or joining me. I'm very touchy-feely with people, so it wouldn't surprise me or bother me. When I finally open my eyes, I look back and nobody has their hand on my shoulder. But I still feel it there. I look to where the person should be, look up and smile. And, well, there was no fear in me. I felt a total peace. At the same time, my soul felt it could float out of my body. When I looked at my knees, they were already darkish blue and purple. It seemed I was kneeling for too long without noticing. It physically hurt to get up, and I felt happy but tired and drained from the experience. Next day was Holy Friday. We were back in the church in adoration. There's something we do called guard, in which people are assigned to stand close to the Eucharist in comparison to the rest of the people. And then you rotate. It's a big deal for us Catholics, since in our minds, it's literally being at the foot of Jesus. Anyway, I was put on guard duty. Your focus is supposed to be solely on him. You're not supposed to look back until you're taped on the shoulder. I think they mean tapped on the shoulder, which indicates that you have to switch. I'm doing my guard, and I feel these footsteps behind me. I know it's supposed to be my substitute, so I'm turning slightly around since I know they're close by to reach me. However, standing there behind me is a blonde man in a white robe of sorts. Then gone. It was a split second, and it shocked me. I knew it wouldn't hurt me, but actually seeing him and then disappearing, and nobody else noticing, I couldn't shake it out of my system. Half of me thinks I just imagined it. Half knows I did not. After the shock passed, I was euphoric. I could see angels, damn it. I was going to start healing the sick and levitating, all that cool shit. I got cocky. Thought I was spiritually super strong. Since I thought I now had this superpower, I had to use it for good. So I tried to do an exorcism. Yeah, we all make mistakes, but this one was the worst of them all. There wasn't anything even paranormal in the house. I just wanted to say the rites out loud so I could scare the demons and make them cover in fear. Oh boy, I started saying the rite, which, by the way, it's said to be used by a priest only, and the lights started to flicker. All three of them. Then all at once they went out. An impending sense of doom gripped me. Something was in the room with me. I don't know if I screamed or not. I was paralyzed by fear. Finally, I ran out of there and was able to breathe again. I didn't tell my mom what I did, but since I was still in shock and didn't want to expose her, the less she knew, the better. It could kill me, but not her. I didn't sleep that night. I just prayed. I asked God to show me what the hell attacked. And coincidentally, an article on Asmodeus popped up. Pretty convinced it was him. Next morning, I was going to use the bathroom to get ready for school. When I turn to go in, I see this black figure just sitting on it. Solid black. Spiky. No eyes, no mouth, featureless. Big. Extremely so. And it looked solid, not like a shadow. I ran for my life downstairs. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't get noise out. Didn't eat that day. I was too nauseous. The adrenaline kept pumping through me the whole day. I was in shock. Pretty rattled just writing this. Then fast forward to present day. My grandmother was attacked by a red and black being last Saturday. She was in the guest room praying and preparing for bed. Turned the lights off and this thing just showed up. All windows and doors were closed. Our house are basically just made of cement, so we don't have too much problems with bats in our homes. And even if it was one, we don't have any that are black and red. It had wings, flew all around the room, attacking her, pretty big, although she wasn't too sure of the shape since it was so dark. My grandmother told us this. My heart sank. I've been pretty stressed and fearful this week. My mom thinks it was just a nightmare or some kind of medicine-induced hallucination. However, My grandmother told us that she's been having these kind of incidents for a long time. She's spoken to priests about it. According to her, they told her that they target very prayerful, devout people in order to scare them off. She was over it quickly and then discussing where we would go shopping. She has balls of steel, but I'm still so scared. I don't know if it's a thing that runs in the family or being more sensitive, but it's scary as hell. My father visited me in a dream to tell me he was okay. Since this was September, I'd already been purchasing Christmas gifts. The one I had for my dad was a pocket knife, specifically one designed with a bone handle grip and a silver blade. Not very big, just enough for, him to use as he needed it. He had carried a pocket knife at all times my entire life. I mention this because it's important in my story. You never saw this knife, by the way. A few weeks after he passed, I had a dream that my mom called and said, "Hey, your dad just got out of the hospital from having a minor heart attack," and said we were going to our church to have some lunch. So I said I would meet them there with my wife and son to get some food. When I got there, I remember just sitting down and talking with my parents and enjoying our time. At which point my dad started messing with the hospital band that he had in his wrist. I said, "Dad, I'll get that off you, just hang on." And as I reached to get my knife, he put his hand on mine and said, "Hang on, son. Why don't you use this knife instead?" Then he pulled out the pocket knife I'd bought him for Christmas that year. He then put his hand on my shoulder and told me that he was okay, not to worry. Then he felt better than ever. Then he began to glow very bright just before I woke up. So after my dad passed away, I inherited some of his belongings. Of these included his pocket knife I'd bought for him in my previous post, his cowboy boots, a photo he and I have together, and cowboy bolos, his pocket watch, and a handkerchief. I put all of these, I put them into a shadow box, which I used to have in my home office. I have a briefcase that has a 3-digit turn dial code lock mechanism. After using the briefcase one day, I scrambled the number and set it on the floor beside my bookshelf that has my shadow box on display. Almost a week later, I went to go get into my briefcase again and noticed that all the numbers were set to 0. I asked my wife and her mom if they had touched it since I'd never had it so scrambled up. Or rather, not. So I got a bit curious and decided to test this again. Put my code, just got what I needed, then scrambled again. A few days later, I checked back, once again all set to 0. So I called my mom, asked her if my dad used to carry a briefcase when he was younger. She said, well, yes, he did. Okay, did he use one with the turn dial code lock? Yeah, he did. Did he keep his numbers on 0? She said, yeah, that's how he would know if somebody else touched it. She told me he was very particular about his belongings, and he knows how to keep things, especially, well, nobody's allowed to touch his briefcase. Hence, like she said, he always made sure his numbers were at 0. Since then, I have moved the location of the briefcase and the shadow box due to my kids, so I haven't tested it anymore. But it's not happened since. My second event I wanted to share here is that my dad never had any pets. In my case, dogs. Both my wife and I lived with my parents for a short while after we had a house fire, which will go into a separate story all on its own, so look out for that. But while we lived there, my dog had come to us because it was winter and they couldn't stay at our home during construction. While there, my dad grew very fond of my 2 dogs. Both were very loyal, though. My dad always thought it was so neat that I have my dogs trained that when I whistle, it's time to go potty. So after a few days, the dogs warming up to him, he stated doing it for me. He was growing so fond of my dogs. Now flash, maybe about 4 months after he had passed, I'm in the kitchen making some dinner. I'm just talking to myself, and I say something along the lines of needing to let the dogs out. Once I look up about to whistle to get the dogs and let them out, there's a very loud and distinct whistle. My dogs come running out to the sliding porch, and I stand there in weird amazement trying to figure out what just happened and what I just heard. My dogs heard it too, and they did what they were supposed to do, so I yell at my wife and say, "Hey, did you just whistle?" "No, I thought you did." So I thought to myself, was this my dad whistling to help me out? To this day, I haven't heard that again, but with how my dogs acted, my wife hearing a distinct whistle, I'm thoroughly convinced it was my dad. Strange person on Oregon Highway 22 near the coast at night. A couple of months ago, I was driving with my wife down a rural highway in Oregon, returning home from a trip to Crater Lake. We live on the coast, and the highway we were taking to get back is very curvy, and as it winds through the Cascade Mountain Range. It was dark as ink and probably around 11 p.m. We were driving along, and I was watching the road going about 45. We round a bend, which makes me slow down. And just as we get around it, my wife suddenly says, "Look out, there's a person over there." Takes me a second for some reason as I let the gas off. Then I notice him, her, it was crouched near the side. And this is a 2-lane highway. On my left side, it's a person wearing what looks like gray baggy sweats or clothes and a reflective vest. This is easily 20 miles from either direction of civilization, and it's heavily wooded. Think Oregon coast forest. I begin braking, and instantly the figure stands up, faces us, and begins jogging directly at the car. It felt like electricity in the air as she faced us head on and flopped to the side. Like her neck was totally limp, and her mouth was wide open. She appeared to have gray hair, and her arms and hands were held up to her chest. Her wrists curled. Her legs didn't seem to be working right either as she hobbled at us. Think like severe progressed MS. Then it hit. This primal feeling like dread, like my subconscious knew something wasn't right. I couldn't fully focus on her as the car was still moving and I had to steer, but my wife was looking right at her. My first thought normally would have been to hit the brakes and see what was going on, as once again, this is literally miles and miles from town. But there was just this dread feeling in the air, and time almost seemed to slow down. At that moment, I hear my wife say, "Don't stop, just go." Instinctively, I accelerated. As we sped up, this lady was jogging right at us. Must have come within a foot of running to the side of our car as we passed by her. We rounded the next bend, and I looked at my wife and just said, "What the hell was that?" Should I turn around? Who the hell jogs out here? What was wrong with her neck? My wife just looks at me and says, "Nope, don't go back." I don't know what that was. I told her I couldn't look directly at her for as long as I focused on the road, but described what I saw, and she confirmed that she saw the same. She said when she came up to the side of the car, she was staring right at us. My wife looked in her eyes, but she didn't have any pupils, and her expression stayed just like a frozen thing with its mouth open. We scoured news stories, and I even contacted authorities. They advised me no one was reported missing or hurt out there. I still get this strange, intense, electrified feeling anytime I think about her, as does my wife. Anytime I talk about her, I'm compelled to refer to the person. I kind of refer to them as it. All I know is it wasn't right. We've now coined her the floppy-headed jogger. Anyone else experience something like this? Creepy whistle at witching hour. So this actually happened not too long ago. My friend and I were walking back to my house at about 3 a.m. We had just got done with a walk to go smoke a doob. We both have our medical cards. This is when we walked past a bridge by the local powwow grounds. We were talking shit about the tribal chairman when we heard a whistle come from about 20 feet behind us. So, for a little context, I live on a Native American reservation. And us Native Americans are very superstitious. For example, if you jump out of a window, you have to jump back through for reasons I'm not even sure about. It was never really traditional. But another rule is that if you're not supposed to whistle at night, well, I think it's like letting spirits know that you're being an idiot or something like that. I always like to piss off my other more traditional friends by whistling at night. It just happens to be one of those nights. The whistle we heard was very loud. It sounded like one you need your fingers to do. I jumped when we heard it, and I turned to look at my friend who looked like he was ready to cry. We both looked back at the pitch black, ready to get molested by some angry spirits. We looked for maybe 10 seconds before my friend just started bolting the other direction, leaving me behind. I'm not one to get scared easily, but damn, was it terrifying being left alone in the dark. Finally caught up to him, and we just made it to the nearby community college, and we stopped under a streetlight. We both looked in the direction of the bridge. As if to taunt us, whoever or whatever it was whistled at us again. This time a little quieter. I was completely mind-blown, more than scared, because I've never experienced anything like this before. My friend, on the other hand, was keen on getting back to my house, so we jogged back and continued to talk about it for the rest of the night while playing some games. We shared a hallucination or something else. About a month or so ago, I, a male 21, was staying with my partner Crow, 24, NB. I, a male 21, was staying with my partner Crow, NB24, at his family home. He's not long moved into his old, bigger room, and generally I get no bad vibes from it. For context, in case you need it, he has a shadow spirit attached to him and has done for maybe 20-ish years. He's 24. This shadow person always sends mixed messages on whether or not he's actually hurting Crow. He just kind of vibes and can be possessive and protective around new people in Crow's life. One night we happened to not get sleep right away, which was uncommon, but not unsettling or for weird reasons. We just went to bed late. The room was pretty much completely dark, and we just kind of lay in bed, and we both seemed to be staring at the ceiling. We didn't realize we were staring at the same thing. See, Crow turned to me and said, "Boy, do you see that?" I replied, "Yeah." We proceeded to watch this darker-than-usual shadow exist almost completely still in a normalish form, right in the middle of the ceiling directly above Crow. After a few minutes, the shape started morphing and moving in the same spot, changing size whilst doing so. Crow then said, "Kinda looks like it's moving." At this point, we both must have been thinking that we were having some differing sleep-deprived hallucinations, I guess. I then said, "Yeah, it's moving a bit like an octopus. It has arms." And Crow was a bit thrown, since he then confirmed that we were watching the same thing. The room was dark, but the shape was darker, pitch black, like staring in a living void on the ceiling above us. When we turned the light on to see if it was a shadow reflecting off something, it wasn't. It had nothing to reflect off. There was nothing moving in the room, and there was no light source to produce this shadow. When we sat up, it didn't move. It stayed there, moving violently on the spot and changing shape. Not even sure why we were even scared, just weirded out and curious. We were watching it for so long, I can't even remember how long. I can't even remember falling asleep. I was visited by something in a dream, and it was traumatizing. I finally decided to tell this dream or nightmare I had something like 5 years ago. A little bit of context. Keep in mind that my grandma was already deceased by the time that I dreamt the following story. And also my dad used to be very, way too much probably, invested in the paranormal at some point of his life. I guess because he wanted to contact his father that had passed away. My story must have happened somewhere around 2015. My grandma used to live with my aunt, which was a nurse who took care of her. It was only the two of them all the time. They used to live in a big house in the city center near Bordeaux in France. The house always felt kind of creepy. It had a second floor. My English isn't so good. There was ground zero and a story, so I'll say second floor. Sorry if I'm mistaken. It had marble stairs. When you got on the top of the stairs, just on your right was my grandma's bedroom. Now please keep in mind that if there was one place in the whole world that my siblings and I were not allowed to go in when we were young, was our grandma's bedroom. Anyways, let the dream begin. I'll describe how it happened through my very own perspective. I'm on the second floor, and I just kind of got out of my aunt's bedroom, which is on the opposite side of my grandma's room. In the dream, I'm aware that my grandma is deceased, and also that I'm currently alone in the house with my aunt, but I can hear her laugh. I don't understand why, and I see her exiting my grandma's bedroom. I ask her, "Who are you talking to?" She's holding this basket of laundry under her arms, and she answers, "Go see for yourself," still laughing. I advance, get to the entrance of the room, take one step inside, and I notice a presence on the right. I look right, and I see my grandpa. He died when I was 5 or 6, so I don't have any real memory of him, sitting on the bed. The room is bright, and when I see him, I'm surprised. He's looking right in front of him and then slowly turns his head right to look at me. When he's looking at me, he smiles at me, feeling very good. I can feel like he's protecting me, watching over me, and that he loves me, actually. But then I sense something on my left. Remember, it all happened so fast in the dream. It all felt like it lasted 10 seconds in total. So I turn my head on the left, and there's this big closet carved inside the wall. And inside this closet, there's my grandma standing, looking in front of her in a very blind way, I would say. But it's not my grandma. I've known her. She's old. She's in her mid-50s. She has brown hair and big glasses. When I see her, I'm even more surprised and scared, actually, and then it happens. She turns her head, looks at me extremely quickly. Her gaze is pure evil. I can feel that she hates me. She loves me when she was alive. It's only a dream, right? But wait for it. It wants to hurt me. The very same exact moment, there's a lot of creepy noises in the dream, like violins untuned, just like in horror movies. At this particular moment, I am overwhelmed completely and utterly terrified and also completely paralyzed. I can't move an inch. I'm petrified, and then I wake up. But what did wake me up? That's the problem. I remember perfectly what woke me up. I felt 2 gentle knocks or a stroke on the back of my head. The second one was fainter. I woke in. I was disoriented and scared, but I fell asleep again. The time was around 2 or 3 a.m. The next day, and actually the following days, I couldn't stop thinking about that dream. It all felt so real. I was scared of going to sleep again, and I was also overthinking about the 2 knocks on my head that woke me up. I know I felt them. I told my dad everything, even though he spoke of the paranormal to us before, because he wanted to protect us in some way. He concluded that I'd received a visit. I was visited by someone, maybe my grandma, but it's weird. Why would it turn into such a horrible nightmare? We both saw the same thing. My brother Andrew is a massive skeptic. He doesn't believe in anything of the paranormal realm. He'll try to find a scientific explanation for everything. He and I share a wall between our bedrooms. So one night I was sleeping and woke up to the sound of my door opening. I have a diffuser, and the light stays on so I don't trip and die if I get up in the middle of the night. But as my door opens, I can see a shadow on the wall of something short looking. So at this point, I'm wide awake, scared to death. I try to move and get up to see what the shadow is, and I hear a voice whisper in my ear, "No, no, 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 no." It was right in my ear, and I was in bed facing the wall. Anytime I tried to move, even my toes, it would whisper, "No, no, 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 no." It felt like 10 minutes had passed, and then I heard my door close, and I was able to move again. The next morning, I was telling my brothers what had happened, and Andrew goes, "You're not gonna like this, but I had the weirdest dream." Andrew proceeds to tell me that a little 3-foot-tall thing comes into my room, and that I saw it walking around. But when it got close to my bed, I got up and tried to punch it. And the time it took me to make contact, it had disappeared. I asked him how he knew it was a dream, and he said he was just thinking it was a dream because it was unexplainable. I asked him what time it was, and he said when he saw the clock, it was like 3:30. When it finally left my room, it was 3:15. I haven't had an experience like that again, but all I know is I was wide awake and I've never been never been scared of something like this. She's my friend, Chris. So I used to babysit these 2 boys when I was a teenager. I was with them for years and started watching them when they were 3 and 1 years old, Michael and Sam. Every time I was in that house, I'd get such a creepy vibe. I'd hear sounds all the time. So years had passed. Now they were 8 and 6. Typically, when I was at their house, I'd stay in the kitchen while they played in the basement. They had a TV and games and a massive toy room. I heard Michael saying, "You need to stop that, Sally." So it did weird me out, like he was calling his brother Sally. I ignored it and just continued to listen to them because they seemed to be fine. After 30 minutes, I hear somebody say, "Oh, Michael, where'd you go?" I didn't know who that was, so I ran down the stairs. When I entered the game room, Sam looked at me really confused and said, "Chris, what's wrong?" I see Michael sitting on the couch. I look around and no one's there, so I ask Sam who was talking. They were talking on the phone to a friend or something, maybe. Sam looks me in the eye and says, "Oh no, Chris, that was just Michael's friend Sally. She comes to visit sometimes." He continues playing his game like that was a normal statement. I asked Michael who Sally was, and he said, "She's my friend. She likes to play with me and be silly. She's behind you waiting to play." I immediately jump around and no one was there. Just got this really weird feeling, and I remember just telling the boys I'd be upstairs. Ran up really fast. To this day, I hear the voice calling Michael. Haunted. And now they brought ashes in, and it's worse. Here's the thing, guys. My house has always been pretty haunted. A man died in the 1960s in my house, and his grandchild died a couple of days later in the hospital. We hear things and see things all the time. Dishes changing as if somebody's eating or putting them away. We've seen a man in the house. We've seen kids' footprints in the house. None of us are children. Today they brought home my grandfather's ashes, and instantly I got so queasy. I've been telling them it's a bad idea to do so, just because the owner of the house is here. The man that I've seen in the house. He's never done anything bad, just kind of walked around and keeps to himself and watches. The kid doesn't bother us either, she just walks around and moves things. Never been scared to stay in the house by myself until today. As soon as the ashes come home, I didn't even know it, but I can feel it. I got really queasy, feeling like I was going to throw up, and I heard my dad say, "Why are you going to bring them up here? Go bring them back to your mom's house." My grandma's staying with us, so our house is empty. That was my grandfather's favorite place, his house. She said she was going to keep them upstairs in her room. I got so nauseous, it was so weird. My family left to the store, and I couldn't be in the house by myself. I just felt weird. Something was wrong. I don't know, maybe the spirits just aren't okay with each other. I have no idea. All I know is I've been feeling nauseous since they came in the house. And you keep feeling like something's watching everything I do, but it's a feeling that I don't know. Like I don't know who's watching me. But usually I can tell who it feels like. What do? I don't know. Why did this happen? Gas station encounter / haunting. I once worked at a gas station in my town. It was nothing like you see today, where they have entire delis, row after row of snacks or anything like that. This place was old as dirt, and if we had 5 customers inside at once, it was packed wall to wall. I always had to work the overnight shift there, which meant watching whatever channels the antenna could pick up at late night. We had a tiny box TV in the corner, and we'd smoke cigarettes behind the counter. Yeah, we could actually do that back then. My boss had an ancient desktop computer set up in the back room for a truck rental business that we ran off the property, and I liked to sneak back there and check my MySpace and a few other sites. I could always hear the bell when a customer came in, and I had a direct line of sight at the front of the store from the desk, so it wasn't an issue. I was even allowed to take my dog with me once in a while, a little corgi. I would often hear noises in the back, but always chalked it up to my imagination because it was late at night, and I was sure that I was overtired. Well, that changed when I began to bring my dog with me. I would bring him right in the back while I surfed the web, and he would always lay down facing away from me. I didn't take him more than a few minutes each night to begin perking his ears and ruffling under his breath long before I would ever hear anything. Once there were noises I could make out, and he would be standing at attention by that point, gazing fixed onto whatever seemed to be in the thin air. The problem with taking my dog with me was that I would have to walk him, and since I didn't feel comfortable going out of the store, especially that late at night, I only took him a few times. One of the many times he wasn't with me, I was sitting on the computer and I heard the bell on the front door jingle. When I looked up, I saw what looked like a guy walk in, and I immediately got up to ask him and help him. I stepped into the booth and saw that he was over the counter, the very end of my counter. My view was obstructed by the small TV in the corner and a rather large scratch-off ticket display. So while I could see the arm and the shoulder of his black jacket, I couldn't see anything more than that. I broke out into my friendly smile and said, "Hello, can I help you find anything?" This was in part because I'm genuinely a friendly person, and in part because many of our customers tried to steal the Slim Jims. And also they tried to steal the 5-hour energy bottles that were kept over there. I'd been asking the owner for months to move him, but never bothered with it. As soon as I got done speaking, the man turned to me and my heart dropped. On his right temple, the one that was furthest away from me, was a bullet hole and blood coming out of it, running down his face in a thick, almost black line. I remember gripping the corner, my eyes filling with horror because there was no way this man should have still been standing with something like that going on. I remember his eyes were just filled with sadness and exhaustion. As I was stuttering and reaching for the phone to call 911, he just left. He literally disappeared in front of me. One minute he was there, the next he was gone. I tried for the longest time to tell myself that I must have fallen asleep somehow and dreamed it, or that it was just an imagination from my overly tired mind, but I couldn't do it. I know what I saw, and it was all in perfect clarity. After a few weeks, I eventually mentioned it vaguely to my coworker. They relieved me each morning. I didn't want to sound insane, so I asked if she had noticed anything strange in the store. That's when she blurted out that calling cards and gift cards would often drop randomly from the display over in that corner. She hears what sounds like somebody walking around when no one's in the store. I finally broke down and told her what I saw, and she laughed and said, "Makes sense." Then went on to tell me about a murder that had happened a few decades prior. Apparently, a man pulled up to get gas. Another man saw him from the street, thought he was someone that owed him money. He peeled into the parking lot and shot him point blank before he could even make it inside to get his gas, then sped away. He was caught and convicted, but she couldn't remember any names, and she thought the gentleman I saw was the spirit of the one who got shot. That place is still standing today and still creeps me out. Just to add, I also used to hear a group of girls laughing hysterically outside, but no one was ever there, even when I was brave enough to go out and look. Who knows what that was about? My experience in a basement apartment at what I consider to be a haunted house. My siblings and I spent most of our time with her father, but every other weekend we went to see my mother, who lived with her mother. They moved around a lot and eventually moved to a multi-family home. When we got to the basement apartment, it was around 12 at the time. One of my first things I was told about the house by my grandma was that the house had been around since the Revolutionary War. People unfamiliar with New England may not know how commonplace this is, especially in the area of Connecticut that I'm from. Plenty of houses around me were built in the 1600s and 1700s. Many of them have plaques on them with the year. I always felt terrified in that basement, but I didn't even think that that was unusual. I never asked myself why I felt so scared all the time. I always felt like I was being watched, or that there was some other presence near me. It's difficult to put into words, but at the time, being a kid, I treated it as if I were in a movie 24/7. It felt like cameras were all over me. There was an audience. They were monitoring my every move, even when I slept. At the time, again, I didn't attribute this to ghosts or paranormal activity, and I really didn't have an explanation for it. I felt it the most in the bathroom. I would try to spend the least amount of time there possible, running in and running out, always thinking someone was in there. I also always had trouble falling asleep there. My brother and I all slept in the living room, me and my brother in the pull-out couch bed, and one would sleep on the armchair in the corner. My grandma had her own bedroom, and so did my mother. My mother eventually left, though. She sold her car and phone and went off with some man she just met. We lost contact for years. When she left, I took over the bedroom on the nights that we stayed with our grandma. Sleeping in that room was even more terrifying. I always heard scratching in the walls in my mother's old bedroom. They seemed to me to come from inside the middle of the wall between her room and the kitchen. At the time, I figured it was mice, though I had never heard or seen mice being an issue in that apartment. The bedroom door would also open on its own, even though my family confirmed that there was no opening in my door. I remember before I could go to sleep, I would close as properly as I could, and just pushing it real hard, making sure it clicked, making sure it wouldn't pull open without the doorknob twisting. And yet I would wake up with the door slightly open. Again, at the time of my explanation, was that my mother had one of those behind-the-door shoe racks with tons of shoes hanging off. I figured maybe the weight would pull the door open, though I'd never seen it happen with my own eyes, and I couldn't get it to do that. Well, I couldn't make it do that myself. Finally, I went back to sleeping in the living room, never going to my mother's old bedroom. One night, I stayed up reading late, using my browser on my DS. My brothers were both asleep in the room with me. My grandma was in her bedroom with the door closed. I turned my DS off at about 2 or 3 a.m., faced away from the kitchen looking toward my brothers. I heard a sound that I didn't recognize. Then after a couple of seconds, I heard it again. Then again. I realized it was the sound of the refrigerator door opening. I froze. I strained to listen closer. I heard the fridge door open. Then after about 4 or 5 full seconds, closed, then opened again. This happened over and over for a few minutes. I was too terrified to turn around. I just continued laying completely still, frozen in terror. Under no circumstances would I ever have turned around to see what was opening that fridge. I eventually just moved my gaze, Looking more to the side, where I noticed I could also see the light emanating into my view every time the fridge opened, it turned to black every time it was closed. Eventually it stopped and I passed out. In the morning I told my grandma and brothers about what happened, confirmed that none of them were messing with the fridge. I also tested the door and it wasn't one that would just pop open. You really had to yank on it to open it. Families upstairs moved in and out and in and out. Nobody ever living there really that long. Eventually even the landlord decided to live somewhere else. We were the only family living in the entire building. We decided it was time for us to move on as well. Towards the end, I went outside to hula hoop and I swore I saw a shadow watching me from the upstairs window. Never went into the backyard ever again after that. I also walked around the perimeter of the huge house on my last day and noticed on the side there was a door at the same level as a basement apartment. But I had no idea where it could have led to because there was no other space in our apartment that I hadn't seen. No other doors. This door was padlocked, zip-tied, and the handle had rope and bungee cords tying it closed. The sight left me so unnerved that I ran back into our apartment immediately. When we moved out to another apartment, I noticed a different feeling immediately. I felt safe and never felt like I was being watched. This is when I decided that I believed in ghosts. White faceless figure by the window in my dorm. Happened 3 years ago, when I was 13 years old, grade 8. I joined an English camp that summer, where students from different schools stayed at learning institutions for 2 weeks, learn more about English. I share my dorm room with 3 of the roommates. On the last day of the camp, my group, students were mixed and separated into different groups and had to go to classes together. They decided to meet up early in the morning so we would see the sunrise before our time together ends. So me and my friend woke up at around 4 in the morning, brushed our teeth, and met up with others. We went to a nearby cliff to watch the sunrise. It was beautiful, although mosquito bites were everywhere. We didn't head back into our dorms immediately. We walked around the area outside our dorms, passing the basketball court and kind of creepy feeling church. Although I believe nothing was wrong with the church. My friend stood at the basketball court to chat, where we could see our dorm room windows directly, as the court is just outside of the dormitory. But that's when I noticed something very weird. It was a pale white figure which resembled a woman standing by the window looking at us. I immediately called my friends to make sure I wasn't going insane. They confirmed it was indeed there. As I looked closer and counted the windows, I realized the windows belonged to my room in the girls' dorm. The white figure, which didn't move an inch, was completely faceless. Yet I could feel it staring right at us. I was certain it wasn't any of my roommates. That thing was way too white to be someone pretending to be a ghost. Plus, my other sleeping roommate, whom I know quite well, will never do this sort of prank. Knowing the white figure in my room, I naturally got scared, hesitant to go back. But I had to go back, since we had to pack our stuff and get ready to leave. When I pushed open the door slowly in fright with my friend, we couldn't see any abnormalities. The curtains by the window were closed, completely blocking the window view, which didn't match up as we saw curtains which curled up. Then the white figure showed up by the window. If the curtains weren't opened, then how did the white figure show up? We frantically shook our asleep roommate awake and questioned her if she knew anything, or if somebody entered a room. She was a light sleeper and would have woken up if she heard the door opening. She said the only time she heard the door open was when my friend and I left the room. She was very certain that nobody else had entered the room the whole time that we were out. She wasn't the type of person who would pull such pranks. Plus, the figure didn't resemble her in any way. So we firmly believed that she wasn't behind this. The only reasonable explanation to us is something paranormal. My 4th roommate went to sleep with her friend in another room, so it couldn't have been her either. She never entered our room until 7 a.m. But when we told her about the terrifying experience we had, She told us she experienced something weird. She slept in the same bed as her friend, and they woke up and their bed was wet. They know they didn't wet themselves since their shorts and underwear were dry. They didn't have any bottles of water in the room either. So that morning was quite an experience for all of us. Left me shocked and, well, I may believe in paranormal stuff to some extent now after my encounter. Similarly, my brother, who also went to the camp in the same institution 3 years earlier than me, told me he had seen the exact same thing as me. He asked me if I saw the figure in the morning in the girls' dormitory, and yep, it was the same as how he described it. Pale, white, faceless, encountered in the morning and lingering in the girls' dorm. So my friends and I weren't sleeping. I could only assume that the white figure had been there for a long time already. Perhaps it was simply watching over us, because it never did any harm, at least when my brother or I encountered it.